ideas to you, and then we're going to go on to questions. You can, I'll ask the floor for questions, but you can also go to my wonderful assistant, Aidan, and then Louise Larnan. I'm sorry, it's not my fault, I can't pronounce names. So, first off, Niall, you have 3 minutes.
I'm a bit nervous as leaving the building. Okay, so my name's Alan, I'm in the second year, should be in third year at finance, and I'm going for business right now. So, to give you a quick background of who I am, I'm currently the chairperson of the Accounting Finance Society, second big society in DCU. I've been treasurer of the Accounting Finance Society, sharing stuff down from and I've also been treasurer of the DCU Rugby Club. It looked like I used to play rugby at some stage. What else can I tell you? I used to be first year rep, I was actually awarded Business Rep of the Year 2 years ago at the CLC award ceremony, and this year I actually inaugurated the Investment Society. It's gone on, we have training competitions this year, and it's been expanding this time. I have a lot of experience on the ground in the business community, all around DCU, and I also know a lot of people who have a lot of different things to do, not only business faculty, but around college as well. What do I want to do? From talking to people in positions where education faculty, I talk to the program chair, I talk to James, again and again, of what the issues actually are. But one thing that's come up again and again is accountancy. Accountancy is one of the highest failed modules for non-accounting finance students, so business, global business, looking at aviation management, and international business. What I propose is that we set up accounting learning centres. So students can go, they can give their work in, just like the Maths Learning Centre, and they will get it back and they can correct it. I believe this is actually feasible, that this is just an idea. I've got the Maths Learning Centre, I've said, if we employ that's an accounting student, we give the timetable out to the students, and we say on Tuesday and Thursday, when an accounting person here, they can go, they know exactly when they get their work right. Interest support. So at the moment, students at Christmas who are locked into the system because they failed, have no support. I don't think any student from these students will ever feel like there's no support during the deadline. Give support to these students, show them opportunities, and they can from that. Jobs on support, straight, you go to simple as you go to the business building, straight ahead of you is a list of jobs, opportunities, motivate you through college and say, alright, this is the right program for me, I know what I can do with these, and it gets you through college. Other ideas I have, peer-to-peer scheme, students, invite students to excel in the course, social networking events. I'm looking at a DCU alumni business lunch where graduates can come in, they can meet with final years, third years, etc., and actually get to know them and say, look, I'm in the career path you want to go into, type stuff. I'm definitely the most experienced here for the role, and the stuff I'm going to say I'm going to do are actually achievable. I'll be on the ground and approach it. Vote for me is the same vote.
Hey, hi everyone, my name is Christine Farrell. I'm a first year business studies student here in DCU from Dublin, and I want you to vote for me for business faculty rep. If elected, I want to improve student feedback. So at the moment, we have a student survey of teaching, and it's done at the end of every semester. But realistically, this is just too late for an issue to be resolved because it's exam time then, and it's not the time to be resolving the issues. I'd really like to introduce that student feedback is done halfway through, so that there's an issue that can be resolved and then you won't be as worried going into exam time. Another thing I'm really passionate about is bringing in more guest speakers here to DCU. At the moment, there's some great societies that really do this, but I'd really like for the business faculty to do this. I'm so passionate about this that I've actually decided I'm going to be bringing in a business guest speaker next Wednesday at 12 o'clock. Her name's Lisa Myrne, and she's the owner of Ecos Restaurant and a food enthusiast who's been mentioned by the Irish Independent as well as her.ie. And she's going to be telling us her 5 top tips for setting up your own business. So I think this really shows how much I really want this position and how much I'm passionate for getting more guest speakers to be here in the business school. I'd also like to bring in more CV advisors and interview experts. And this is one thing that I've spoken to students from undergrad, students from postgrad, students from part-time. I've also spoken to staff, lecturers, tutors, anyone within the business faculty that will talk to me I've spoken to, and all of them have told me that they'd really like to see more guest speakers here. as well as the guest speakers, in that a lot of people forget that aviation management is a course within the business school and they're really forgotten about. So I'd really like to organise an aviation management kind of focused speaker to come into the business school. Another thing I'd really like to do would be improve the class rep communication system. At the moment, I'm the BS1 class rep. I wasn't elected until the second semester, so I know what it's like to be a student looking for help off a class rep. I also know what it's like to be that class rep and know that students are looking for the help. And there is a barrier there to communication, so I'd really like to break that down. To do this, I would introduce that all class reps' contact details would be available on every student's Zoom page, so you know you can reach them easily. I'd also like to introduce one office hour per week for the faculty rep, so that students all know they're up in the SE, they can bob up to them with any type of problem, be it personal, be it academic, and that they're there to be represented. The last thing I'd like to do would be to introduce a business faculty ball. At the moment, there's not a specific business faculty ball, so I'd really like to bring this in. I'd aim to have it in semester 1, so that first year students could get to know each other as well as the older students at the very start of their college experience. So I'm just so passionate about this role and would love to have the opportunity to see these changes come true in DCU. I'm hardworking, positive and devoted, and would really appreciate your number 1 vote. Good luck to all other candidates, and thank you.
I wrote everything down because I was afraid of forgetting something. But hi, my name is Michelle Hayden and I'm running for the position of business faculty rep. Obviously, I'm an EBF 1 student and I've been a class rep for EBF for the year. The reason why I ran for faculty rep is because I'm a determined person and I feel that I have the relevant experience for the job. The class rep position has allowed me to solve students' problems and do any issues that come up. I also volunteer a lot outside college, especially with the USMC. I'm leading a self-initiated project to lower the level of youth unemployment in disadvantaged areas in Ireland. I've also taken part in a few promotions in DC as well, including the new DCUBS video, and I've written articles for the DCUBS newsletter. My manifesto and campaign doesn't come with bells and whistles, famous people or free stuff. I feel that in a campaign like this, that the manifesto of the person should speak for itself. So far, the only cost to the SU for my campaign is for the printing of 50 posters, 50 leaflets, and $220 for boot time, which is an awful lot. I feel like extra gimmicks are unnecessary and just at the cost of the students' union itself. A faculty rep should aim to help the SU in as many ways as possible, including lowering their costs. My objectives are simple but effective. They include more faculty meetings with class reps, promote the business school across the world, and have faculty events, not only such as the business faculty ball, which a few candidates have put this in their manifesto, but also regular events and cross-faculty events. I want to start a real-time jobs portal with part-time positions for students on and off campus. This will link in with the career service and also talks live on planning with the companies that come in. A small minor feature, I would like to get a better water dispenser in the business building, like the one that's in the science building, because I think it's important for people to stay hydrated while they're studying business, and possibly also be able to get one of these in the library. Lastly, but not least, I would like to put emphasis on the importance of postgrads. I feel that postgrads aren't overly appreciated in the business school, and I would like to change this and get better contact between postgrads and undergrads with certain ones on campus. So thanks for listening, and I hope when you log on to suelections.dcu.ie that you vote by manifesto and not by sparkly extras. And good luck to all the other candidates. Thanks.
Hi, so I'm Louise McCorden. I'm in BS1 and I'm originally from Northern Ireland, as you can probably tell. So I think because I am from Northern Ireland, it shows my dedication to the business school. I could have went to college where the grades aren't as high, but I devoted myself to making sure that I got in here because I knew that the business school was going to be the best choice for me. And I feel like because I am so devoted to business school and so passionate about it, that I'd be really good for the business faculty rep. So there's a few things that I want to bring in if I'm elected. The first is I want to bring in more help for students. So I've noticed that for an awful lot of people, accounting and maths are subjects that a lot of people struggle with. So I'd like to bring in one-to-one tuition in the maths centre. So you could book like an accounting student or a maths student for an hour and they could help, and also bring in more help in the maths centre for people that are particularly struggling with those. I'd like to bring in the money module across all the business courses. So at the minute, like accounting and finance don't have it, so I'd like to bring it in so that everybody in the business group can have a chance to participate in this and get the 5 extra credits. I'd also like to work with the intra, because at the minute you have to accept your first offer, accept the first offer that you get, whereas I want to change this so that you, if you get 3 offers, you can change around the one that will best suit you and to make sure students get fair wage for what they're working, because at the minute some people are only getting very little, if any at all, and that's just not practical for students to live on. I want to bring more events in. So as everybody else has said, I really want to bring in a wall. Yeah, I want to bring in a wall. But I also want to bring in interview skills workshops, talks from employers, give people the opportunity to talk with potential employers, so you can see like help with entry applications, so that you can get skills that are going to benefit you in the long run, not just like, yes, have fun, but also make it worthwhile. I want to make some improvement to the BEST programme. So I know at the minute it's only first years do it for the first 2 days. I feel like that's inadequate. You see the same people for the first 2 days, after that you don't see them again. It's not a long enough time to cement friendships. And I know for myself, I spent the rest of the week not really knowing anyone, whereas if I had spent a few more days, I would have known a few more people on campus. And so I feel that people, especially people who aren't in Dublin, would settle in a lot better and a lot quicker, and then that would benefit them right from the start of the year, right from Freshers' Week. I want to improve the communication, so I want to bring in office hours, so where people can come to me a few hours a week and talk to me about any problems, suggestions, anything that's going wrong or right, and so that I can fix any problems straight off as they're happening. And I also want to bring in more promotion for the business school, especially to Northern Ireland students, because we have scholarships for them and yet they're not being taken advantage of. So I feel like that needs to be addressed. So I'm Louise McCarnan, and I really appreciate it if you vote for me for business faculty rep, because this is something I'm really passionate about and I know that I can make a change. Thank you.
So we have some questions that have been submitted already. If you think of any more, please feel free to send them down to Aaron, or you can put up your hand when I open up to the floor after the first 2 questions. So, Christine, you'll be answering first. The question is, how do candidates propose to balance their work as rep with their studies?
At the moment, I am the class rep for BS1, so I know what it's like to have to manage my time. I also had a part-time job up until about a few weeks ago, so I know exactly how to manage my time. I did it for my leaving cert. I have this whole week planned out to every hour, to every minute. I would say that time management is really one of my strong points, so I definitely wouldn't have a difficulty with having to manage my time.
Well, I suppose I get involved in a lot of stuff in college and outside college, so I really learned how to manage my time during that. I repeated my leaving cert last year, so time management was a huge thing during that, and I feel that because I do so many things, I'm able to have it down to a T during the week, exactly what I do. I managed to fit in time to go to the gym. It doesn't look like it, but I managed to fit in time to go to the gym and everything, so I think I'd be a good time management.
I think I'd be able to manage my time effectively if I was elected. So I'm involved in societies, I'm working a part-time job on top of this, and still managing to get the time to go home at the weekends. So I think at the minute, like I know for this, most weeks I plan my week right, I plan the whole week out, what I'm going to do every hour of every day. So it would just be a matter of fitting in the faculty rep into the time slots. I think that I'd be able to manage it on top of everything else that I have on.
Hey dear, so at the moment I'm balancing 2 jobs, care of society and college all together, so it's all going well. So I'm able to manage that, and I've had no issues. I was said in the run of this campaign that like, I'm going to final year next year and that might be a problem. But there's a substantial amount of candidates that are running that are in final year, and there's also candidates that are in labs and they're going for president, and I just want to clear that up. I don't think that's a big issue at all, especially the stuff of balancing at the moment as it is. I think next year I'll definitely put more priority as a business faculty rep above everything else, because at the end of the day, it's looking after more important than yourself, and I always put more important before money.
Excellent. Next question, and Michelle will be answering first. What support will you provide to students struggling with finance or accounting modules? And you're up to 1 minute.
I suppose for finance and accounting modules, Niall had a really good idea there that was accounting lab, and I don't want to be imposing on his idea, but I think it's an original idea that's very good, very proactive, and I think even if any of the other candidates were to get this faculty rep, it would be a good idea to bring in, so that would be something that I'd definitely like to see as well, and fair play for that idea, it was just brilliant.
So as I said in my speech, I want to bring on one-to-one tuition in the maths sector and get accounting students in the maths sector, because some of them just focus solely on maths. So I want to get accounting ones in so that the support's there. I also potentially could say increase tutorials in accounting, because for some people 1 week isn't enough. So we could maybe do more tutorials as well as get more people in the maths sector, because there's just not enough at the minute.
Obviously, we're having a accounting and learning centre. It's something I've looked into. It's something I've actually got in touch with people. I've got in touch with James Lumley about it, program chair, and he's backing it all the way. The only thing that we have possibly be an issue is resources, but you can balance it that like the maths learning centre at the moment is giving certain resources. We just divvy that up. The way Dylan Cow's doing at the moment is looking at the library and changing the areas from one end of the year to the other end. It's very similar. Like, we look at it, we get someone who's a PhD student doing accountancy or has background accountancy or a maths student. We give them a certain amount of hours, the maths learning centre, tell students about it, they can go, they can get help when they need it. It's that easy.
Yeah, actually yesterday I attended a meeting for the BS faculty, and at that meeting it was discussed about the failure rate in accounting, and they were kind of teasing out ways on how they do that. So I definitely think this is an issue and it needs to be resolved, and I definitely look into it more. At the moment I definitely like to look at what areas in particular they're going down in and have like the tutorials go through them more, and also encourage people to go to tutorials. I know that a lot of people aren't really bothered with them sometimes, so I'd like to encourage more people to go to them and have the resources there that people would be able to use if they were struggling.
So, are there any questions from the audience? I do have more written ones, I'm just giving you the opportunity. So it's a question about engaged communication between students and the faculty rep. So how would you propose to get students engaged in faculty events? Their description of the question? Did you hear?
So as I said that I want to focus on communication, and I feel like that will really help get people involved. So like monthly emails, giving them, or like more regular emails, just giving them information on what's happening, and essentially even a business studies or like a business faculty app where you can keep people updated, because then I could work with the computing faculty to set it up, so it could like give them updates on events, and then like use it for a variety of different things to like access grants, make friends. Like there's like I could set that up with the faculty or with the competing faculty, and that would be actually a good idea to like make friends and get help and find out about events.
How you doing? I guess at the moment, everyone who is here, who's in this faculty, you do get emails from here quite often about what's going on, what's happening by the year. Did a great job. And I think that I'd follow up on this, but it's just saying, if you do really want people to use a certain something, go and actually talk to them. I actually learned so much, literally going to classes this week and saying, over meetings, blah, blah. I'm surprised how many people actually listen to that. But I think that it's the faculty rep, at the very start of the year, go around to all the classes and say, look, this is what I'm doing, this is what's on offer for you this year. It has a lot more impact than, I suppose, written things. Because I think that if you're writing things, it does go through. Not everyone reads their emails, not everyone does this, but if you actually just talk to people and have meetings about that, where people actually go, it would probably go a long way.
Yeah, I also want to say well done to Aher this year, because sometimes you get the overload of emails which is just had that perfect amount that you still listen to them, and it's not like loads every single day, every single week, but you still get the information across. However, it's very true that a lot of people listen more in person, so that's why I like to bring in the one office hour per week for the faculty rep. I also think that going around to classes, like everyone, you can kind of timetable it out, people are in T101 or QT13 or QT15 or HD20, to go around to them and say what's ever important maybe every 2 or 3 weeks. And I think in person people will actually be more willing to listen and more willing to contact you.
Yeah, I do agree that emails seem to be huge things. Like talking to my class itself, that I find that nobody actually reads their emails anymore, because at the start of the year there was loads of emails from everyone and it was stuff that they weren't interested in at all. And I do understand that this is a thing in the SU that everything has to be sent out to the people in case they do have an interest in it. And fair enough, that was posted on the Students' Union page. Fair enough, that is a good reason. But I think for events, maybe Facebook events, although you do get a lot of them, some people do actually read them. Like I know I go through mine and everything. But yeah, face to face, and if it's really, really important, definitely come in and talk to the class about it, come into lectures and stuff like that.
Thank you. Next question, and now we'll answer first. Describe your perfect Sunday.
At the park, pack of cider, newspapers, I don't know. Jesus. I suppose going out to Dollymount, looking out at the sunset, thinking about life, just realising, you know what, I really want to be business faculty rep. And you know how I'm going to get it. I'm going to go run up and down this beach losing my weight, because Jesus, like, I've let myself go. I think this is the right place to tell people that. So, thank you for being here.
It's a bit of a weird question, but anyway, I don't know, my perfect Sunday would be maybe preparing for this, preparing my week ahead. Yeah, I don't know. Just getting ready for the role, really.
My perfect Sunday would be having no assignments, no college work to do, and just going out with friends. And I'm into a lot of nails and makeup, so I do that for people sometimes. So it's something that I like to do, so I don't mind wearing a few bob on the weekend either.
So I don't really get home very often, so my perfect Sunday would be going up to my granny's house to take her to my granda and me seeing all the family, and just going home, spend time with my family, and just sitting around the fire on a nice summer evening, and toasting marshmallows and watching the sunset. I'm going for the imagery here, and just messing about with my sisters, and just not having to worry about assignments, and just having time to relax, because I don't get that here.
Thank you, and thank you for whoever submitted that question. Next question. I've got one more here, and then I'll go to you, if that's okay. What are the candidates' opinion on the faculty ball, or on a faculty ball? And the first to answer is Christy.
Yeah, definitely, as mentioned in the manifesto, and I mentioned earlier in my speech, I'd really like to bring in a faculty ball. I'd really like to have this at the start of semester 1 so that everyone would get to know each other, as well as like in semester 2 I feel like there is a lot involved and that's great, but like I kind of want more in semester 1, and it'd be great to kind of get everyone to know each other, to have our own distinctive event. So yeah, that's my opinion on it.
Definitely, I think there should be a faculty ball. It was in everyone's manifesto. Not just a faculty ball, but other events during the year as well. Like obviously, you won't be able to pull off 2 balls because 2 balls are very expensive. But yeah, definitely following Christine would be something that should be done in the first semester. I totally agree with that. To allow everyone to get to know each other better that bit early on. It might save a lot of people and get even more active in society, like society life. Because if you come up to somebody, you make friends with somebody who's really big on a society, you'd be like, oh yeah, I'll join that. So it might in turn then have a knock-on effect to get more people involved in societies and stuff.
So yeah, I want to bring in a faculty ball as well. You know, let everybody have a great night, get a pub headliner, just let everybody dress up and get to meet people. Because I know one of the balls was the first time I ever met somebody from home, which was like a really big thing for me. So I would, like to bring one in and get people to introduce themselves. Get to know different people. And again, as they all said, semester 1 would be good because then the first year's coming in. I get to meet other people from my courses, because I know, like, for my course there's over 250 of us, so at nights out you're more likely to meet people that you are in class because you can't really talk. So yeah, I definitely want to bring in a faculty ball and let everybody meet each other and just bring the whole faculty together for a fab night.
I'd actually just like to say that against some other candidates, I actually don't agree with faculty ball at all. I just think it's not a good idea, simply because it's not a man for it. 2 of the biggest societies in DCU are business societies, we saw in the Finance Society. We're one of the business school basically as regards to events, especially not events. If you want to get your students, events in the business faculty that you relate to their business careers, example like business alumni lunches, and graduates in from DCU, you might talk to students. But as regards to ball, I just don't think we can manage that represents why policies are quite relevant as regards to looking at what actually is rather than just a vague concept of how to organise the ball. I'm organising the ball at the moment. There's a lot put into it. It's not as easy as just like, oh, this is a ball. So what happened? We tried to organise this this year. It didn't happen simply because you always make the demand for it.
Next question. I'm just going to summarise your question so everyone can hear. So the question is, everyone's got lots of great ideas, but can you give examples of your experience in actually implementing ideas and getting things off the ground? Is that fair, somewhere? Michelle,
So being completely honest, I don't really have many big events, social event experiences that I manage an event. But I honestly think that there is 2 strong societies within the business school, the Stock and ANF, and I think together with them, the faculty ball could be a huge thing. To promote people talking and also promote the societies at the same time, which is I think important in student life, is to promote the societies, because outside of the academic structure, that's what you have to socialise. So I think linking in with them would be the best thing.
So in the past, I've actually organised events. I organised a really big concert in my school and I set up my own business. So I'm used to having to be a leader and to have to manage people, but at the same time making sure that everything's going smoothly. So I think from that experience, because I've done that for I did 3 years of that, so I'm used to knowing what to do. And having to take ideas and implement them. And as I said, I want to do office hours, so like lecturers have 2 hours a week set aside for students, so why shouldn't faculty rep have 2 hours at least set aside for students, where people can come and talk to me over coffee or whatever, and I can address their problems straight off and try and fix them as soon as they're arising, rather than leave them until the end of the year and then don't have to fix them next year.
Okay, so as chair this year, I've had to deal with a lot of people who have come to me with ideas and actually put that into reality. So we've had our bus tour, we've had one dates, but the biggest thing on our semester this year, or our last semester, was probably the year ministry tour. So other people came to me, they gave me their deposits, they gave me a photocopy of their passports, and I saw it, seen it on the health man in here, and Luke. Basically was able to bring 100 people to Madrid without them knowing where they were going when they got to the airport, all by myself. It was a lot of responsibility. Nobody died. Nobody nearly died. Well, a little bit. Christine actually got in a bit of trouble because she changed her flights, and that was really annoying. So, both for being there, because I don't get anything to change my flights.
Yeah, so I did go on that mystery tour, and unfortunately the flights were changed. But perfect on all the 8 crew were nice lads, it's a great event. I've only been in college for a year, so I can't have the experience that other people have, and God has been a great event. I can't fault him on that at all, I really can't. However, in my past, like I only became a past rep semester 2, so that's really only like 2 months ago. I organised a mystery bus tour away for about 60 of the students. That was great crack, and actually have another past rep flight out tonight. So I've organised stuff like that. But in secondary school, like I organised my graduation, I organised the debs, I organised so many events for that, like for 130 people. I organised our first school's awards ceremony for 6th years. I kind of won awards, so I really do know how to organise an event, and I'd love to have an opportunity to organise events and implement all the changes that I want to see in DCU.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question if there's questions from the audience, or else I have one written here. Just take one that's written. It's lovely. What does it mean to you to represent the people of the business faculty? And the first person is Louise. What does it mean?
Being able to represent the business faculty would be everything to me. In my school, I was basically the face of business. I did everything that was involved in business in school, and even now I'm still doing that. So, at the minute, I'm part of the DCU promotional. I was just in a recent DCU promotional video for one of the scholarships, so that's something that I was really passionate about. And my passion for that and business is on an equal level. And if you watch the video, you will see how passionate I am. So it would just mean so much to me if I was elected. It's just something that I really want. I know it's something that I would be really good at, because I just want to represent people, and there's no words to describe how much I love the DCU business school, because it is everything to me, and it has shaped me to be the person that I am now.
Look, if you had one shot, one opportunity, seize everything you ever wanted. No moment. Would you capture it? Or would you let it slip? Perhaps a swim, there you go. Yeah, that basically sums up why I want the role. I think I'd represent the DCU business faculty well. I think I'm a pretty handsome person, first of all, so that's good. Close to good. I used to be. I also think I captured everything there is to be a business student. I go to most of my lectures. I do feel like I'm a good presence. I'm easy to talk to. People like talking to me on the boat, and in general, I feel that this faculty, yeah, so don't worry about it more.
Yeah, it actually means so much to me. I absolutely love to have this role. I'm just so passionate about it. I'm so devoted. And as I said, like one of my aims is to bring guest speakers, and I'm doing that next week, which kind of shows how actually driven I am and that I do want these changes to happen. So much so that I'm getting one of them done in a week. I'd love to be the face of DCU. I'd love to be someone who everyone can approach and everyone can talk to. And it just means so much to me. As Louise said, words can't describe how much I want it as well. But I'd really, really love your vote.
I think it means a lot to me because it's something I'm really passionate about and something that I've done for years. Improve the school system. I've been in class rep for most of my years. I wasn't class rep when I repeated my leaving cert because in the institute there was no class rep system because they were thinking of the students. But this year I'm class rep for, that was the history. I was class rep for EBF1 and as I said earlier, I'm working with the DCU Council on my own Sound Issue project. So I've managed a lot of people and a lot of teams and a lot of classes there in the past couple of years, and I'd love to move on to something bigger, which would be business marketing.
Thank you. So to finish the hustings, I'm going to give each candidate 1 minute to summate or to give concluding remarks or to mention something that hasn't been brought up yet. And you're going to go in the same order that you did your openings in. So we're going to start with Niall, then Steve, Michelle and Louise. So you have 60 seconds.
Okay guys, so why I want to do kids? I think that everything I've said today I can implement. I'm not going to say stuff and not follow up on it. I have a lot of experience to back that up. Everything I've said I will do is achievable. I have more experience than a few candidates here. Everything that I believe I have done in the past has taught me skills that I can use for this role. For example, event managing, managing people, dealing with issues, how to actually get stuff done in college is different than having ideas of how to get stuff done. I know exactly how things work. It isn't as easy as people say it is. I know there's going to be a lot of issues, but the fact that I've actually gone out there and I've already shown that I have the initiative to talk to people, I've gotten experience, I've gotten feedback from people, I'm going to actually do the stuff I'm going to say to do. I'm going to do it with a smile on my face, and I'm going to do it going to a good few of my lectures. So, yeah, vote for Bino. Thanks a million. Dinner.
Yeah, so I'm only in my first year. I cannot have as much experience as someone who's a bit older, but it doesn't mean that I don't have experience. So I first of all just really like to thank Beer for all the work she's done. As a first year student, I've been able so well with all her emails and all her help has been amazing, especially throughout this campaign as well. As I mentioned earlier, I'm really passionate about the business school and everything it has to offer. And I would love for you to give me the opportunity to make these changes and come true. My name is Christine Farrell and I want you to vote me #1 for Business Faculty Rep.
Christine said, first year you don't get a lot of experience, but I'd like you to vote for me because I think I do have a bit of life experience, not just college experience. And being honest with you, I wasn't going to go for a business faculty rep, but my friends and my family and my boyfriend pushed me to do it, so he pushed me to do it. So I think that I could be a good faculty rep and vote for me, and I won't let you down. I'll get everything done that I've said in my manifesto.
So yeah, based on what the other two said, I'm only first year, so maybe I don't have the experience, but this is my 5th year doing business, so it's something that I'm really comfortable in. I've organised events, I know what I'm doing, I'm used to managing people, so I think that I actually be really good for this role. I feel like I can represent not only our students but international students in the business school, because obviously I technically am classed as one. So I think that I can represent everybody as a whole, and you know, I think my ideas are really good and they'll be good to implement because I know what I struggle with, so I don't want other people to struggle with them. I want to fix the problems, and I don't want them to be in standards. I want the standards for this place just to improve more and more, and so we can be a first-class, world-class business school. So I'm always proud of please vote me for business faculty rep. Thank you.
Well done to all of our candidates. Voting is currently open, but the website mightn't actually be live. It was working and then it crashed because everyone logged in at the exact same time. So we are working on it. We do have 6 days to vote, so don't worry about that. But for now, a round of applause for all of our candidates. And the next hustings will start as close to 1 o'clock as we can.
I couldn't tell you. Just a journalist, you know, probably. Well done.
Thanks for the
Going down to get a close up. Nice and close, you know.
Oh, is that what you're doing? Yeah, not for the love of the big game, right? No.
I'm not loving the game, believe me.
Not for the love of media.
Huh? Oh god no. So like if this is on YouTube I can put it, our portfolio is like 20 credits. So I can just put it straight in and be like, yeah, this is the thing I did. Sound.
Oh, you're getting front and center.
Sure am, you know. They're all very good, but yeah.
Do you have that extension?
It is in my bag. I was gonna put, see this is gonna die, you see. Only
My
Jerry
might get one of those SU, but
okay. Would you mind? Thanks, Marion.
Thank you.
business school. But it's all ideas based, like number none, implement that. Which one's on now here, do you know?
Haven't a clue. Just here for a good time. I don't know.
Oh, is this live streaming?
Yeah. Yeah, only it's iPhone. Unreal.
Do you want me to get up there and
Testing.
Can you hear us back?
No. Last week, yeah. Testing, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Can you do it? Hey, how are you doing? Are you well? haven't made kind of like this here. As in like
Well, I tell you something interesting. I'm pretty here. I've talked about 800 words and that's because I did it because I was square away from the
down true.
back to back.
Try your best, yeah.
Were you back down? It was. Where?
I got a really nice new t-shirt today.
Jesus Christ, ratchet headphones, Luke.
Yeah, like it would be so long. Maybe about it.
There are a lot of candidates to get through, so we'd like to start as soon as possible. We are opening with the presidential candidates. Thank you.
It's good.
Yeah.
Well, this is not it, but this is it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to be rich and not everyone's with it.
Oh yeah.
Kind of important.
Yeah, I could like stand there.
How are you feeling? Oh, you're gonna say it's Misha Barnes coming from there? Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting our deposit back.
We're getting 33 billion.
We're getting 78.
Yeah, but you pay like
Yeah, we are. Y'all go, Kevin? 3 days. I'm not excited. Just grab that thing. David, here we go. Why? That's
if I could meet all candidates who are having debates today up in the corner, just to give you some information. So that's all candidates for president, for welfare, for education, for engagement, for academic affairs, for clubs, societies and Irish language.
It's not the camera's not off. I think the whole set of wax is here. The whole cast.
The whole cast is here. Perfect. So is it being live stream now? So can I watch it when I'm in work?
You can if you're actually bothered.
I am bothered. Huh?
You're actually tired.
No.
I always forget.
Oh yeah, no.
I was there just
People always
this morning
forget.
getting this bad boy.
Agent Hobbs in the hall. Like I would have went to that
I
show.
would have missed that.
I know. Very risky.
Let's go back to the website.
Like, oh, what?
It was like,
It was shit.
Was it actually?
It was a walk
That is fucking
Oh no, like I think not for this one, but for the next one. Came back for Fuck. I love it. Like this? Yeah, it works.
it's really.
It's all the So go back to the date. Like over 2 days remaining. But there should be no great concern.
That's what
Yeah, like he's in the right.
And then when do you have to change?
I emailed Jeremy saying that the deadline is released.
And you can just change straight away? Or do they have to approve it?
You're asking yourself a question? For yourself?
So you change straight into...
Oh, they're not dead.
I'm just watching. Cool. I hope she's wrong.
What were you saying?
I emailed him and like, the deadline for Friday for an online news story for Tuesday is ridiculous. I was like, I think it's...
Wait, what?
We have to pitch our stories by Friday. For next Tuesday. I said, it's ridiculous for online. I said, whatever about radio, but I said this, and I was like, oh, I'm speaking on behalf of the class. And he was like, I don't know what authority do you have to speak on behalf of the class. And I was like, oh, well.
Because there's been a general opinion amongst the whole class.
He was like, you're the only one to raise this issue with me today.
We should do a poll on Facebook and then screenshot the results to him.
But he was like, you're the only one to raise this issue with me today. I was like, no, I raised it with you. He was like, no one's raised this issue with me. I raised it in class, and others did as well. And he stood at the top of class and said, oh, it's an issue. Like, are you?
Like, that's his role. Already has that.
New bar home.
Not it, yeah.
Where's good in town that I can get my nails done without having an appointment?
I can make it happen.
We'd like to start as soon as possible. Could all presidential candidates please come to the stage?
Nice. Nice.
I'm not in the shop.
It is nice. I only found out today. You get 5 minutes in the wrap.
Oh, for no, I don't know.
Rather than 3 in the canteen. We went back to the house and had a different 600 days of cheese. It's a complete game changer.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I'm just going to explain to you what's happening while presidents make their way to the stage. So, today we have hustings for a few questions. So today's hustings are going to involve all of the full-time and part-time positions. We are going to start off with president to, make sure they get a good grilling. Then we are going to move on to clubs officer, then societies officer, then Irish language officer. After that, we will go to VP education and placement, then VP welfare and equality, then VP engagement and development, then finally VP academic affairs. Each candidate for club, society and Irish language will have 3 minutes to introduce themselves before we go on to questions. Candidates for all other positions, because they've already had a hustings, will only have 2 minutes to introduce themselves before we go on to questions. We're going to try and keep things as tight as possible so that people can get back to class and stuff like that. So if I could have all candidates for president onto the stage, please. If anyone's in contact with Cormac Kilty, could they let him know he's starting now?
I don't think the big deal is just
There's a great.
I can also
us your full attention, pretty please. So, hustings today are going to be recorded and I believe live streamed. So if anyone has any objection to recordings, you're going to have to make your objection known right now. Okie doke, yay for transparency. We're going to start off with presidential hustings. They have 3 minutes to introduce themselves, and we're going to start off with Cormac Kilty.
Hi everyone. Hello, I have 2 minutes to convince you why to vote for me for president. I have a lot of things on my manifesto, and every single one of them deals with self-improvement of the student. So every part of it is it's less about technology and it's more about you as a person building your own confidence, building yourself. Whatever it is you are, you're going to get better at that. Oh, sorry, this one?
No, stop.
What's up? Yo. Drop the beat, right? No, right. So I might just put it down. Yeah, so on my manifesto, one of the things I have, which I haven't mentioned yet, is I'm planning on making open jiu-jitsu classes for every student for free in the hub once a week. Why I'm doing this is because I think self-defense is very important for people. Jiu-jitsu is a martial art that is good at diffusing a situation without hurting yourself or someone else. Obviously the best form of self-defense is running away, but that's not always possible. So this is just one thing that I'd like students to be able to get involved with. It's just jiu-jitsu. It's a cool thing as well. It's good for fitness. Good. It's a nice thing to learn. Feel more confident in yourself. Apart from this, I've got open competitions for everyone to get involved with. It's stuff like the competitions cover lots of things. So you can be app development, design, sports, even event suggestions as well. So I want people to come together every month and vote for other students' ideas. So it's not just the SU putting things out, it's the students themselves putting things forward and then other students picking these things up and telling us what to put on. And that way we'll have a better idea of what to put on for the students, because I want to break down the walls between the SU and the students and make people more connected and believe in themselves more, because I think that's very important for everyone. Yeah, I have 30 seconds left. I'd encourage everyone to just read my manifesto. Everything about it is about you. More than technology and more than devices, we need connections and desires. That's what I believe. I believe if you're happy, then if the students are happy, the college is going to be good. So that's what I think, and I want to be everyone's friend. So that's me really. Yeah, I have 10 seconds left. I hope you vote for me. I'll do a great job. I believe in you, and I hope you believe in me.
How you doing, guys? My name is Dylan. I'm a final year communications student here in DCU. I've had the most amazing time the last few years, and I really want to give back to everyone here and every student. I feel like I'm the best candidate here to reach across all aspects of the student body, no matter what it be. Some of my ideas very quickly are based around the library. I want to redistribute the hours. It's very hard to add working hours, but I think it's easy to change the hours. So let's close it a bit earlier on week 1, and let's add those hours on around exam times, at weekends, etc. I think that's very possible and very achievable. We'll have no venue, so this space is going to be gone. This wonderful space is going to be gone next year. I think I can work around that. I've got some great ideas for events, both on and off campus, including 2 festivals, Oktoberfest in semester 1 and Gay Pride Festival in semester 2. And finally, another point actually is on the J1s. J1s, they're gone hard to get. They're not easy anymore. I've been chatting to a lot of students and they all want to go on J1s. So to remedy that situation, I want to have workshops like barista training, cocktail workshops, and bar training for you guys to do here on campus that upskills you as individuals. Makes it easier for you guys to get the interviews, then get the jobs, and get the visa, so you can go on and have an amazing time in the States over the summer. Another thing for me is the amalgamation. I'm really passionate about that. I think it's the most refreshing and one of the greatest things to have happened at DCU. I think there's great potential down there for engaging all the students across all campuses, and I want to have events on and off campus, and I want to work with the 2 PATS positions really well. I've spoken to the current SU down at PATS a lot, and the guys are here today. It's good to see, and I feel like I definitely have the great plan in place to emerge and amalgamate these 2 campuses, these 2 great campuses together. 30 seconds. Anyone who knows me knows charity is very important to me. So if I'm elected SU president, I'll have €100,000 target for fundraising. Through things like doing Beg Bar Steel, run by the SU, but across all campuses through the country, and then little things like a Goujon Appreciation Day. For one day only, 6 Goujons, cost you $5.50, but the 50 cent goes to charity. these little simple things can have a big impact on our community here at DCU. Guys, thanks so much for listening. Appreciate it.
Okay, there are an awful lot of seats left at the front, especially if you can't hear at the back. So now you have 10 whole seconds to move before I go on to the next speaker if you can't hear at the back. You're perfectly happy? Loads of seats at the front, particularly at the side over here. Next up is Ivan.
How's it going, guys? My name's Ivan. I'm 21 years old. I'm a final year chemistry student from Mayo. I'm your current science health faculty rep, former events officer, treasurer of the Music Society, former board member of the SLC, and now I hope to be our next Students' Union president. I believe myself that a college education is about more than sitting in your lectures for 4 years. I have immersed myself in student life since I started DCU, and I hope to encourage others to do the same. I've had an amazing year representing my faculty, achieving a number of the goals I set out to do, plus more, and now I hope to represent the whole student body. One of the most important things happening this summer is the incorporation with St. Pat's, Mater Day, All Hallows and the CICE. It's important that the union has a new format, a strong format that has a solid start for the years to come. I was speaking to a couple of St. Patrick's College students yesterday, and the vast majority of them had no idea how the format was going to work. They didn't think they had an SU next year. They didn't think they had 2 sabbaticals based on their campus. It's important that they know that they have sabbaticals there to represent them. They know who we are, what we do, how we can support them. I believe I am the best person to lead that initiative. Also, of course, our hub development. We're losing the venue space here. Our spire will likely have to move into it. We'll have no old bar for rehearsal spaces, performance spaces. Obviously, it's important that any club, society, individual or group that wants to host an event has somewhere to do that. I hope to work with everyone to make sure they're accommodated. Mental health is very important to me. It's high up in my manifesto. There has been a lot done to reduce the stigma associated with poor mental health, but there's a lot more to be done. I myself wouldn't be the person I am today, nor comfortable in DCU, without the societies I joined, the circles I became a part of, and I firmly believe that encouraging student engagement, openness, 20 seconds, sorry, I'll cut to the end. Why you should vote for me? I'm passionate about DCU. I give 100% to everything I set my mind to. I really appreciate if you give me your #1 vote from now when the website's working again until next Wednesday. Thanks very much.
Hi guys, my name is Sean Cassidy. I'm a second year Economics, Politics and Law student, and I'm an Access student. I'm running to be the next Students' Union president because of the stories I hear week on week. I hear the story of the postgrad student who turns around to me and says it's a good week when I only break down crying twice. I hear the story of the CS2 student who says I got a €175 fine for being 2 weeks late for paying my fees. That person gets no grant, that person has to pay the €3,000. I'm running for the student who turns around to me and says, I've got 20 referrals from the counselling service at the medical centre. That's cost me 19 times by €20. That's an awful lot of money. For me, I think this union can work an awful lot harder and an awful lot better for our students. I think it's not only our job just to represent students, I think it's our job to actively represent students. Some of the issues I want to address, I want to introduce free microwaves. Food is expensive on campus. When a student turns around to me for Tuesday and says, I only have €5 for the rest of the week, that's an issue. So we should be providing services and facilities for them so that they can bring in food and heat it up for themselves. On top of that, I want to invest in getting phone charging lockers. So that if your phone is dying, you can throw it into a phone charging locker and collect it after class. I want to run renters' rights workshops so that students know their rights regarding accommodation so that they don't lose their deposit towards the end of the year. Other issues, I want better representation. So I think a lot of people are very nervous about the incorporation. We actually should be looking at it as a vast positive opportunity. If you look at PATS and the level of engagement they have, for me, I think they have a good engagement because they have good local government. And that's what we need at a faculty rep level. We need to empower our faculties, give power to faculty reps and establish working groups, give them budgets and supports and resources so that they can try and build the level of engagement that PATS has. I suppose I'm running for president because I believe I have the right understanding, ideas and passion. Thanks.
Hey guys, my name is Aher. I'm originally from Eritrea and I'm running for SU president, obviously. So there's 3 things I stand for. First of all, it's representation. For those of you guys who don't know, for the last 5 years, I've been working as an Access mentor. I've been working directly with students, helping them get used to college life and help them with their studies. For the last 2 years, I've been working as a coordinator, helping mentors help students. So, sorry. Three things I stand for. Representation. I want to represent all the students from all different backgrounds. In my manifesto, I talked about having an international week. I want to represent students from all different backgrounds. I want to build in diversity in DCU. There's 22% of the students in DCU are international. And I'm originally from Eritrea, and a lot of people here don't know where that is from. I want to build on that. And I also want to build on Irish. I want to represent everything. I want to represent diversity. This is the first thing I stand for. Second is opportunity. Like Dylan was talking about J1, I want to provide opportunity for students to help them get part-time jobs. And I want to do that by helping them, training them in practical skills like barista skills, like you were saying, manual handling, food training. These things are expensive, and I want to help get students discounted to get these training skills. Third thing I stand for is community. Okay, I want to build a bigger community in DCU. For those of you guys who know me, I'm approachable, I'm friendly. I want a student union president to be friends with all the students. And therefore, I want you guys to vote for me.
The media have also set up a microphone, and we're not doing 2 mics to pass around, and I nearly tripped myself up with the wire the last time. So the first question, which is coming from a few different people, is who are you putting as number 2 on your ballot? And Dylan is answering first.
Good question to start off with. Obviously, it's been something I've been thinking about quite a lot, and a lot of the candidates are very strong. On a very personal level, I think Ayub is the guy I'll be putting number 2. We've known him for years, and he's definitely one of the friendliest guys that I've ever come across in my whole life, never mind on campus. Sean is also an extremely strong candidate. He's been around, he knows the knowledge, he has the inside knowledge, and it's a testament to it. He knows his stuff about DCU. So Ayub and Sean, it's a toss-up between the 2 of you guys. I don't know if you want to fight it out for my number 2. We'll see what happens. Cheers.
Very interesting question, something I'm still pondering over. I'm not sure if I actually want to answer it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's quite fair to put that to us. We're all this together. I admire all the lads. This question was put to the humanities faculty reps the other day as well. Yeah, I personally haven't decided yet. That's
So this is a question that came back to bite me. I asked this yesterday at humanities. What I will say though is the aim of the question was actually for me was to try and ask you what can you say positively about other candidates. And for me, I think Ayub brings an awareness of the international community that we haven't had for a long time. For me, Ivan, the work he's done this year, particularly with nurses, building an appreciation day for nurses with Team Ukraine was quite impressive. For me, Dylan introducing a charity element to what was traditionally long-term considered very lad society is quite impressive. And for Cormac talking about how breaking down walls, these are issues, these are all candidates of standing, and they're also profiles of courage because it takes confidence and a certain level of positive encouragement to stand up here and talk to you. So that's my opinion. I'm wavering at the moment, but I respect every single candidate here.
To be honest, running for president, I completely forgot that we vote, so this is not something I talk about. Everyone here, I think is amazing. Like, even declaring your name is really scary. Like, declaring your name, thinking that you'll be great to do this role. I think everyone has different skills, like Sean was saying. and you bring something else to it. So I really don't know who I'll give my number 2 vote to. I haven't decided yet, like Ivan said, but I think like all of us would make great president. We bring something different and a different thought line to this. So I really don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, as I said at the last Hustings, I think everyone's capable for this job. It does take a lot to put your name forward for this. You put your name forward and suddenly people are asking you for interviews, you're on Twitter. You're putting yourself out there a lot, and to be shot down, 4 of us won't be president, so it is a big thing. So I respect all of them equally for coming up. I think everyone here could do a great job. That's me.
Okay, next question, and Ivan will answer first. What is your stance on the referendum?
Again, like Ayub said, running for this position, I forgot that the referendum is kind of happening. It's an important referendum. It's important that students have an informed vote. I obviously yet haven't decided what I'm going to vote in that referendum as well. I have to do my research on it. But obviously, whoever is elected president, or whatever the students vote, it's important that the students' union is mandated and supports that result.
Yeah, so I'm supporting a yes vote. For me, I look at the Students' Union over a long period of time. In the 1970s, we tackled gay rights. We were one of the first groups to do it. In the 1980s, we tackled sectarianism in the North. In the 1990s, we tackled reproductive rights in this country. The effect that this referendum will have long term could really change the law. We've done it last year with marriage equality. For me, I believe in harm reduction with regards to drugs policy, and I think that's what this referendum does. It passed in NUIG, it passed at USI Congress last week, and this is how the student movement works. We all talk about issues, we all take a position, we all unite, and then 10, 15 years later we change the law. So I'd strongly encourage a yes vote on the referendum. Thank you.
I have a sense that everyone really is looking forward to this answer. I think I support it. Like, I think if most students think that's okay, I'm okay with it. I support, like Sean was saying, I support what most of the students believe in, and I think as a president, or if elected president, you should represent the students and what they feel. So it doesn't necessarily mean if you support one or the other, that's what will happen. You should support whatever most of the students.
Yeah, it's a yes for me. I think the more changes in this college, the better. The more minds we can change for the best. Even if it's something controversial, I think it's just a good thing to vote yes and get something new in. I don't know, the more you vote, the more you change ideas and opinions, the more the old Ireland stays the old Ireland, and colleges stay new. We're the new DCU after all, so new things are good. Yes.
Yeah, 100%. This is actually something I came across a couple of years ago, in my course as a module, and it really opened my eyes at how voting yes, how it really can change a society, and the real benefits to it in terms of crime in our country. So, simple answer, I'll be voting yes, and it's like I said in other things at the last Hustings, it all comes down to what the students believe. As president, if I was elected, it's what the students want to vote, it's what I will represent, but on a personal level, I'll be voting yes, 100%. Cheers.
Okay, we're going to reduce answering time to 30 seconds now because I've gotten an awful lot of questions in. We're going to get through as many as we can. So question, in the past 2 years, events such as Spring Break Weekend and Netflix and Chill have failed abysmally. How do you plan to make festivals like this work without wasting more of the SU's money? And the first to answer is Sean.
Okay, why I think those events fail is because at that time of year, societies are running high events. I don't think the union should be running calls when they're competing with societies. Also, around that time of year, normally semester 2, a lot of people people are starting to go on interim placements. We need to be realistic about our events. We have an events coordinator up there. It's not only the last 2 years, it's the last 4 years where balls or events run by that time have not worked properly. So to be honest, I think there's an element where we either have to look at maybe changing the format of not running them and allowing and endorsing societies that run their events during that time.
Time starting now. 30 seconds.
Sorry. Reading the question. Yeah, so why these events didn't work? I think you should just like raise more awareness. Yeah, I think you should promote these events more. To be honest, like. Yeah, I think you should promote these events. Like, you should. Now I'm trying to like read the question. Sorry.
The events aren't doing good because they're not interesting enough. Something like Snakes on a Train is interesting because it's, you know, a lot of people on a train just saying some hard, like, let's go do that. But if it's something like, if it's something that's common or whatever, people aren't going to get invested in it. That's why I'm proposing that a lot of the events are put forward by the students themselves, and then other students can vote on them, and the best events will come out of the woodwork, and there'll be more interest just naturally. And if it's an event people want to talk about and are like, oh, that's a cool thing, they'll want to go. Thanks.
Yeah, I think like spring break, Netflix and chill ball failed because they're the exact same as any other ball we've had here for the last countless years. You come in here, you have the bar here, the act here. It's all the same. I think with no venue next year is such a refreshing thing. The amalgamation with Pat's so refreshing. Events off campus, events in the canteen, events. There's so many options. I spoke about this at the last Hustings. And in my own personal ideas of festivals outdoors, Oktoberfest, it's just something different. It's what people want. They want new and innovative ideas. Because thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd be of the opinion that, I mean, the two events in particular I mentioned both occurred at a time semester that was completely saturated with other events, like Sean mentioned, society events, even faculty events. I mean, I held my own science and health ball recently around the same time. It's about hopefully reducing the amount of events that at that time, encouraging societies maybe to do their own events, let them have the floor, and possibly the issues with marketing and promotion, that sort of thing.
Now, I believe there's a question from the current SU president. I'll repeat it. Excellent, so gentlemen. So, are you upset that there are no female candidates in the race, and how are you going to tackle it next year? And sorry, first person answering is Ayu.
I'm not really upset that there's no female president. If there's no female president, it doesn't matter. Whoever, it was open to everyone, right? And hopefully I'll be the first black president. Well, I don't mind. I'm not upset that there's no female president, and I promote anyone for president. That's what I'm representing, and I'm not upset.
I'm not upset either. To me, it doesn't matter if you're male, female, transgender. If you think you can do it, you can do it. That's all. There's no females running next year. Go ahead, run. You can do it. But the fact that there's none here, maybe no females wanted to do it. I think that's it really. I think everyone has the same opportunity, so I'm not upset.
The boys raise good points, like anyone can run for the position and do it just as well. It is a shame that there's no females running for sure, but in terms of tackling that problem next year, I think what you guys did this year, the women in leadership talks were excellent. Excellent. I attended one of them and it was really good and engaging. I just thought it was too late. and if they were done sooner, it was, and everyone I think said that, if that was sooner, like they were really good. Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, I'd agree with exactly what the lads said. I think out of the number of us running for full-time positions, there's only 2 female candidates. I think Kim has done a great job this year, whether she's male or female. Obviously, if there was a female running, that'd be great as well. As Dylan said, the women leadership workshops were good. They were very informative, really well. And as the lads did say as well.
Yeah, I am happy. I ran against Kim last year, and we got into a lot of fights. But the one thing I couldn't challenge her on was when she turned around and said, not only am I the first, would I be the first female president in 4 years, I'm the first woman to run in 4 years. I couldn't challenge her on that because she was right. And to be honest, we need to look at gender equality is the first point on my manifesto. For a good reason. Next year we're going to have the largest female population of any college in this country. And if we aren't representative in a physical format, an entire union, we need to look at that. We need to stress it. Women for election, running them at the start of
the year. Once my returning officer role is finished, I will be delighted to rant about that issue myself. So, next question. In recent weeks, various members of the SU, both staff and Sabbats, have been reluctant to speak to reporters following the college paper breaking a story at a society event. The role of the student media is to hold those with power on campus to account. If elected, will you engage with student media to allow for a democratic campus? And the first answer is Cormac.
Yeah, I have nothing to hide, so I'll talk to anyone. To be honest, when I'm up here, I almost feel like I kind of feel like I'm just about to be caught out or something. I feel like I don't know. I'll talk to anyone. I'll do any interview. I've nothing to hide. So yeah, I'll talk to anyone, any interview, anytime. Thanks.
Yeah, 100%. Like the college media here, as I said, it's one of the strongest campuses for college media in the country, and it's there for a very good reason. It's there to distribute info across the campus to everyone here. Why not interact with it? Like it's there for that reason, and it should be utilised both for the SU end and for the students end. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd agree as well. Anyone approached me in an interview, I am happy to give it. I was actually approached myself for an interview over an event that was held, but I didn't engage because I wasn't there and couldn't provide any information. But I think to kind of address the nature of the question, I think certain people were contacted and didn't want to give interviews because they felt that previous interviews their views weren't represented correctly. So yeah, I'm all for it as long as my views are actually my views that are proposed.
So yeah, as a former section editor with the College View, I remember when the paper got threatened, said we're going to lose our funding if we kept reporting what we were reporting. It's not good enough. This is the premier journalism college in this country. Our journalism students put a lot of hard work in. Responsibility breeds accountability. And the college media are fundamentally there to make the students' union work better. If we don't engage with them, if we don't listen to them, if we don't answer their questions, not only are we not doing our job, we're doing a disservice to our democracy here.
First of all, I'd like to say it's terrible that the SU's not communicating well with the media, because that's how you establish communication between the SU and the students. And I think that's what builds a better community. I'm sorry, but it's how I feel. But if I'm elected, I will not back down from any. If I make a mistake, I'll say it, and I'll not be afraid to communicate with any journalists.
I have one more question, and then I'm going to go straight into summations because we have so many other positions to get through. So, a Wi-Fi walkway would be exceptionally expensive. How do you propose to fund a project like this? Why do we need it with buses and bicycles? And the first to answer is Dylan.
Funny enough, I sat down with Declan Raftery. He's the Chief Operations Officer here in DCU. The Wi-Fi walkway is a go, and it's happening. It's just, I want to ensure that it's in place in September. It's not put on the back burner. Why is it there? Because, it's like we said about funding earlier on, not every student can afford a bus up and down every time. It's a beautiful walk. It's one of the nicest roads in the country. like along Griffith Avenue down to Drumcondra. It's so possible, it's so feasible, and so necessary. I really think that. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, as Dylan said, the Wi-Fi walkway has been in the pipeline for a while now. It's happening. I'd agree with the fact that if it's better for health, promote activism or activeness, walk down to St. Pat's. It encourages incorporation. Yeah, it's there. It's good.
Yeah, no, I don't know about you, but I don't think many people will be walking down during the wet days of winter. What I will say is, though, I don't think a Wi-Fi walkway is the only thing. I think it's going to happen. It's going to happen, fair enough. We actually work on improving Wi-Fi quality on campus. I only have access to Wi-Fi because my phone's never hooked up at the moment. I'm going from building to building. You just see where it's bad and where it's good. We need to make it better on campus first. Thank you.
I have 3G, so I don't know what that. I think like Sean said, we should improve like the Wi-Fi on campus, like the walkway. I don't know. In one of my manifesto, I talk about providing campuses bikes for students to travel from between campuses. So the walkway, I don't know. For me, I think the improving Wi-Fi on campus that could be better. Like maybe.
Yeah, I'm all for the walk, but less about the Wi-Fi, to be honest. Obviously, walking is healthy, good for you, but again, yeah, I'd like to improve Wi-Fi here, but I think it's too much money for the walkway. People have 3G, and also won't kill you to just not be on Snapchat for like 20 minutes. So I think it's too much money on the Wi-Fi.
So we're going to go into 1 minute summations, starting with Ivan.
Alright guys, my name's Ivan. I want to be your next Students' Union President. I've served this year as your Science and Health Faculty Rep. I've had an amazing year. I've achieved the number of goals that I set out to do plus more. I'm experienced, I'm passionate about DCU. I believe my goals are achievable. Yeah, like I've said it all today, I've said it all yesterday, I'll say it again on Monday. Anyway, read my manifesto, it's on my Facebook page. Please give me number 1 vote. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Sean and I'm running to be the next Students' Union President. I've told you why I'm running, but to be honest, for me, I have a broad range of experience, whether it's being on the SLC, the CLC, attending USI, used to be on the SU executive, and also have attended various campaign events. For me, I bring a wealth of experience that shows that forward planning can be good. I want a union that catches a concern in semester 1 so it doesn't become a problem in semester 2. They're the reasons why I'm running. I want to address a lot of cost of living issues on campus, and that's really it. I suppose it's the difference between an SU and a students' union. An SU is crack, events, it's a bit of fun. A students' union works hard to play hard, but fundamentally works hard for us. Thank you.
So my name is Ayub, and the main reason I'm running for SU President is, like I said, the work I did with Daxis. I feel like I helped a lot of students, and for the last 5 years, I feel like I've been representing these students, and I want to do the exact same, but for the whole student body. And I can't really, like, you know, it's very hard to portray your personality in like 30 seconds or 1 minute, but I hope you guys get to know me if I get elected, and I'm running because I think I'm approachable, and it's weird saying nice things about yourself, but I can't really force you guys to vote for me, but if you're gonna vote, I hope you go with the flow.
The name's Kilty. For me, again, it's less about politics, more about life. You make a living by what you get, but you make a life by what you give. And I want to give back to everyone the people who aren't involved, because I've learned so much about what getting involved this year means and how much it can improve your life. Even just talking to people, I hear they go into the library at 1 o'clock, stay there till it closes, go home, eat, wake up, repeat. I just want less of that. I want people to be in college when they don't have college on. I want it to be an environment where they're like, I like being in college, I'm going to go in anyway because I've got X, Y, and Z going. So don't go for X, Y, Z, go for C, B, and D. You know what I mean? Go for the news. So anyway, Cormac Kilty, please give me your number 1 vote. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look, my 4 years here at the SU has impacted my life so much, both on the welfare front and an educational front. It's really made me who I am today, and I really want to give back to the students. I feel like I'm definitely the person who can engage with most students across all of campus, be it politically or socially, or just engaging them across the board. And yeah, it's my time to give back. I'm really passionate about this. Thank you so much for listening to me every time. I know I'm plaguing you and talking to you guys, but I really, really appreciate it. That means the world to me. So here's hoping you can vote for me over the next few days. Thanks a million, guys. Cheers.
Thank you, and a big round of applause for all of our candidates. And it is hard for them to get their points across in such little time, so pester them throughout the whole week. Clubs is up next.
Sweet Alana. Very well.
So as with all the positions, we've got our question master, Aaron, is collecting your questions. We're going to cut it off. As soon as they finish introducing themselves, we won't accept any more questions after that because we do have a lot to get through. So if we could have some quiet at the back, please. And if the presidential candidates would like to listen to their potential welfare officer, sports clubs officer. I looked at you and I thought welfare. Okay, so we're going to start with the clubs officer Hustings. We're going to start off with Sive, then go to Philip, then go to Carl. Each one will have 3 minutes to introduce themselves. So first up is Sive.
Hi, wait, can you hear me? No? Not the tallest. Perfect. Hi, my name is Sive Candon. I'm a second year science education student and I'm running for the position of clubs officer in the upcoming election. I would love to be clubs officer because I've been involved with both the SU and clubs in my past 2 years in DCU. I've been a rep and I've sat on the DCUSU as secretary, and I've also had a great involvement with DCU Amateur Boxing Club, sitting on their committee as well. The three main key things that represent myself and my manifesto are incorporation, coordination and dedication. With the upcoming incorporation of DCU St. Pat's and Mater Day, I think it's really important to make sure that everybody has an equal voice and no club gets lost. I've been down to Pat's and I've been in constant contact with their current clubs officer Anne-Marie, and I've also been talking to Mater Day and the current clubs officer for DCU Mel Cabinet as well. One of the things in Pat's is really important to keep their fitness classes, and it's also really important to keep their free GAA courses. They were set up this year, they're a vital part of the Pat's club scene, so I would work really hard to keep those. I would also, coordination. It's vital for clubs to be coordinated with societies, the SU, and also courses as well. So for societies, we've already seen Bragg Rumble this year was great. I participated in it myself. It was a great charity event, great success, raised a lot of money. I would love to continue these great connections and keep them going, moving on. I would also like to work with the Mental Health Society and students for sustainability, healthy lifestyle, because we all know mental health and physical health go hand in hand, and I would love to keep working on that. With the SU, I've set as class rep for my class. I've taken all their issues on board. I have gone to the lecturers who need to be talked to, everybody. I have brought up their issues and addressed them. I would do the same with any clubs. If they have issues, I would address them. And like, we don't want problems, we all want solutions. So that's what I'm here to do. The courses as well. ATT have provided a great service for different clubs and gone to their training sessions and also for matches. I would like for ATT to be recognised for these and also keep it up, because I love that is a great connection that clubs have, and I'd love to keep it going. The unique module as well is my last key point. It's open to everybody, but only some students can get the 5 credits. So I would really look for recognition for the dedication students put in for being part of a club. I would love to work with the incoming faculty rep, society officer, VP of academic affairs and VP of engagement and development, and work on this to make this open for all. So other points are on my manifesto, and that can be seen on my Facebook page. My name is Sive Candon. I would love your #1 vote. I'm experienced, motivated and ready for change. Candon for clubs, can do, will do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Phil Berry and I'm running for clubs officer next year. I'm a third year in physics. I've been I've made a lot of friends in clubs, and I've been very active in clubs over the last 3 years. I have been on the keto committee and the archery committee in the over the last 3 years. I've helped the archery club go from strength to strength. It was nearly bankrupt one year, so I was able to fix the finances, be able to just sort it out. Other experiences I have, I was on the CRC in my first year as a class rep. I was on the electoral committee, so I had experience on that side of things. I've also, last year, was elected as chair of the CLC. So, like in my term, as part of the incorporation process, we are trying to put in a liaison position. So this will work with all campuses to make sure clubs are represented everywhere. Also, as part of my manifesto, is to strengthen bonds between the SU, to maintain bonds with and the CLC, and also the club members themselves. This is to also engage the club members to try and get them to engage, because I thought that was a problem this year, because a lot of clubs had their interactions on, had events on off campus. A lot of people didn't know that. So one of my goals was to set up an event calendar within an app, or work with ISS on that, just to get the student body to know what's going on campus. I was also wanted more coverage of the events, to talk to college media, get an extra page in the sports section. DCU TV could do a montage every month, fortnightly, and also talk to DCU FM. Other things I was looking at was fundraising, because CLC can grant a lot of money, but they have to go by policy. A lot of things are outside policy, so I was looking at this fundraising idea that worked at other colleges. This was to sort out a raffle in semester 1 with a fairly impressive first prize, and this hopefully will help the clubs in that way. Other ideas was just to get on Wednesdays to get students free on Wednesday evenings to do clubs and socks. Any other of my ideas are on my manifesto. If you've any questions, come contact me. Vote for Phil. I hope I have your #1 vote. Thank you.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Carl. I'm a second year business student and I run for clubs this year. So what I see kind of lacking here that I had in secondary school, like I was part of, we were in 3 All-Ireland basketball finals, and the crowd we got there just, it made it feel something special, and I'd love to get that here at DCU. So if a club is playing in a big final or has a big event coming up, I want it publicised. So I want everyone in the new bar having a good time. I want buses leaving from new bar, going to them events, and DCU backing the clubs as much as they can. Other than that, I want to bring in a triad scheme. So, silly, but I wanted to join Gym and Champ this year. I want to see, could I do a flip? Still can't do a flip, but I didn't want to go down by myself. It's like everyone would think I'm weird out. So I knew if there was a triad scheme that people, all novices, can be shown the ropes by people that are actually the head of the clubs, so they show you how to do things. And I want these recorded by DCTV, so it further promotes the club. And then also, it gets to show people that if you can do it, I can do it. Maybe one day everyone will be able to do flips. On from that, I want to work real closely with the society officers, because I think societies are a lot bigger than clubs here, and that shouldn't be the case. So I want to work with the society officers, like I was saying with Rag Rumble. I took part in that myself, and I saw, like, I got interested in boxing, made friends with Shane Carey even through that. Jesus. So I want more events, bringing societies and clubs together to promote clubs as much as possible. I want to work on funding as well, so I want smaller clubs to be able to get funding the same way bigger clubs get the funding. And through events like, say the buses are leaving to bring people to a bigger match, add an extra 50 cents on the bus, and that distributes down to the smaller clubs. I want all clubs to be equal. I'm not going to talk for 3 minutes because I'm out of things to say. I'm Cam McGovern, and vote for me one for clubs. Thank you.
But I'm also going to give you the opportunity to ask as well. So we're going to start off with this question, and Philip will answer first. How do you plan on incorporating the Irish language into your role? And you have 30 seconds.
How would I incorporate the Irish language? I'll just, well, obviously in the emails, just a bit more Irish. Learn a bit more myself. Work with the Irish officer on ideas on how to go about this. They can be added to all clubs' posters for their events, just a symbol for the Irish, just to promote the Irish language. That's all the ideas I would have.
I'd probably have an Irish officer come down to the start of each training, and like at the start, you come down to even the choice sessions, and just throw, because we have people from all over the world in this college. Even if they teach them simple phrases like "By all clear, boo." I'm not going to get much fans there, but even simple phrases and incorporate that into everything. Thank you.
That's actually a key part of my manifesto as well, so I would like to work closely with the incumbent Irish officer as well, so promote it like cúpla focal here and there on posters like Philip said, and then as well what I would like to do is work towards, if anybody's heard of Gaeilge, they're the first Irish GAA, so try to set up a team within DCU that is an all-Irish GAA, and I think I've spoken with Pats and this will be really successful because obviously you have Gaeilge down there and Pats. And then I would also like to work during Shock to Gaeilge to provide clubs with like a list of terminology. So just say like clay. It's not really that hard. So just bring in the Irish language wherever you can, whenever you can. Because Tirgan Tanga, Tirgan Anam.
So the next question, which is coming for all positions, is who are you putting as your number 2 for this position? And the first to answer is Carl.
I really like the manifesto, to be fair. What I thought was really impressive was when she has mental health and physical health as equal. I think that's really important, and it lacked in my manifesto, but I read hers and I thought that's somewhere where I really need to improve, and that's what I would take off. So
Like what was said when the presidents were up here, I think they're both two great candidates, and it does take a lot of courage to put yourself forward. I think that each of them have their own individual traits. So I do think Phil has a lot of knowledge by being on the certain committees that he's been on, and I do think then Carl, like we might all know him as a name from ANF as well, he is a bit of a people person, so he can get out there. They both bring different things to the table, and I would love to just reread their manifestos again. I haven't voted yet, and I will be within the coming weeks, or the coming week.
Hi. I think both candidates have great ideas, and if I was to pick and choose, I would pick Saab, again, agreeing with Carl, because she has a good manifesto with mental health and that sort of thing. So that's what I...
Okay, so I have one question left, but are there any questions from the audience? Could I ask you to come up, actually, because it's so that you can say it into the microphone. Are there any others? I'll take up to 2. Yeah, come on. Or hang on a second, we'll ask them an answer.
Okay. How will you manage the incorporation in relation to clubs? Because right now they're two separate, two completely separate private entities. How will you make sure the transition will be as smooth as possible?
Excellent. So that's about the incorporation of clubs, how you're going to facilitate that. And the first person answering is Sai.
So, as I said, I've been in contact with the current clubs officer in both PATS and DCU. I was down in PATS yesterday as well. I've heard what PATS have to say, important things like their fitness courses and their GAA courses as well. I have the background behind me. I've been a class rep for 2 years, and first year I won Best Representative of the Year, so I can really bring issues forward and get them known. I've also been part of DCU Boxing Club, which was only set up 4 years ago. For the past 2 years, the past 2 years won Best Club of the Year, and then before that I won Most Promising Club. I've seen what makes a great club. I would love to bring this across the board to the 3 different campuses, including DCU, Glasnevin, PATS and Mater Day as well. And I've been talking to Mater Day, just don't leave them out.
As I said, I was chair of CLC, so I was starting to put some things in the process already. Again, like I mentioned, the liaison position. So this on the CLC, which would represent clubs on all campuses, just to make sure that they all feel incorporated. And also, as club officer, I would be on all campuses just to make sure to talk to them, just to see if they have any issues with the incorporation. And just because we are all one, so I just hope to make them feel included, and that maybe on the club level, that each committee has on their, let's say on their AGM, has a standing item of how they're including all campuses in their training and on their events.
Councillor, I think communication will be key there, because the colleges, they're close enough, but they are far enough away if you don't communicate well. So you're going to have to communicate, and then again, sorry, I lost what I was saying. He lost it. I'm going to do it.
Okay, what are you going to do regarding smaller and more kind of marginalised sports, regarding the likes of sports scholarships and that? Because I know as a fact that certain clubs don't even ever have a chance of a look in, and it's created a bit of resentment. So what are you going to do to kind of make us all feel a bit more included?
So if I get that, that's to get sports scholarships included with the smaller clubs.
Yeah, like with the RTD.
Yeah. Well, I did. Yeah, the scholarships at the moment are mainly in the kind of the bigger member clubs like athletics. They have the academies, soccer, and all this. But I have already close relations with the sports development office, so I can work with them on that to include the smaller clubs. But there are plenty of other clubs that do deserve scholarship positions. Other colleges have them. Why not us? So I can work with the sports development officer with that, who looks after the scholarships. Also, we could look at funding to see if that's possible.
It's going to be very hard to do. I wouldn't be able to make any promises for next year, but it's something you would have to really work on. I play basketball, I'm part of the basketball club, the men's basketball. I know there's one person on scholarship, and he's been captain of Ireland on the Ireland teams and stuff like that. And I'd like to see if people from the smaller clubs have made achievements such as that. So say if they even had Olympic trials or anything like that, they should be, and I'd lobby for that.
I completely agree with that point that's been made. I am a DCU student ambassador, so one of the things I do is go around giving school students tours around the campus, and one of the key things that's always brought up is the sports facilities and also the what's it called again? The sports scholarships, yeah, sorry, thanks. And it's a key thing that we really look at, the sports scholarships, because DCU is full of talented people and we're constantly getting more and more talented people in. We need to really appreciate those people and make sure, like with the union module, that they are getting the recognition that they deserve. So I would love to work on that. I'd love to work with the relevant people to make that a bigger thing within DCU for smaller clubs to get the sports scholarships.
And the final question, and Carol will be first to answer. If a committee member comes to you about another committee member not pulling their weight, what would you do? So Carol is first.
I'd talk to I'd observe myself and see, have I noticed, have they been doing it, have they been lacking? And then I'd go talk confidentially, I'd talk to the other committee member. And if a small word, I wouldn't say anything, I'd say it as if it was coming from me. And I'm saying that I don't think they're pulling their weight. I wouldn't start an argument there. And I'd just say, I'd try and encourage them and try to get them on before giving out to them. I wouldn't give out to them unless it needs to be done. If they're constantly slacking and it's week after week and after week, yeah, I'll have to step in. But if it's one or two incidents, you pick up your teammates. It's part of club life.
I would definitely talk with that person, see where the key issues are, get them to write it down. Everything's always better when it's down on paper, so get them to write it down, facts and figures, when and where it happened, and everything, like what the issues are that are occurring. And then we could try help find solutions to these problems. So see, is there a different way that the situation could be handled? If it was a chair and there was somebody on their committee not pulling their weight, they could designate them a certain task to be done and work to get that task done. And then if they don't do that task, the person would have to be gone to. But as Carol said, you're better off going in with positives first. You need to encourage them to do more things first before getting negative with them.
Yeah, I have had some experience in that in the committee level, where I just took aside the person. Like I would, whoever points this out to me, I would just take it on board. Then I would, like Carl, observe just to make sure it's happening. And I have a kind of policy, like give it, if they don't attend 3 meetings, then I just take them aside confidentially, have a chat, see are they still up for doing the position. And if they are, try and help them out and get the rest of the committee on board in helping them out. And just make sure they're happy to do that. Then little tasks, like we're all here together, we can all help each other out.
Thank you, and we're going to move on to 1 minute summations, starting with Sive.
As I said, my name is Sive Candon. I'd really appreciate your #1 vote. My manifesto can be seen on my Facebook page, but incorporation, coordination and recognition for your dedication are 3 key things that if I was your clubs officer, I would strive to achieve within DCU. We need to make the voice of clubs in DCU even bigger and better, along with the new DCU, which will make DCU bigger and better as well. Candon for clubs, can do, will do. I'd really appreciate your #1 vote. Thanks.
As I said, I'm Philip, running for Clubs Officer. You can see my full manifesto on the Facebook page. My main points are engagement and maintaining bonds between the SU and CLC and the club members themselves. I'm also fundraising for clubs, as some of them need the funding for equipment. Also for coverage for more for their intervarsities and events. Also to work on getting the work with registry to get the time schedule free for more classes to do clubs and socks, and also to just promote clubs in general. And again, I would love your #1 vote, so thanks for listening.
So why you should vote for me? Basically, we go back to the first point. We're going to bring DCU together as a community. We're going to back our teams, back our clubs, all together. Secondly, is I'm going to bring in the Choice Scheme, and we get everyone trying new things, create a community of people trying new things, make new friends. It's going to be great. Then we're going to amalgamate with the 4 colleges, have great communication together. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be dedicated. I'm repeating next year. I'm only going to be 3 modules, so this is going to be kind of like my intro. I'm going to have a lot of time to work with the clubs, so thank you very much. Please vote for me.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for all of our candidates. Excellent. Thank you, potential clubs officers. And we're going to move on to candidates for societies officer. And all of you that are eating, you're killing me. Starving. That's mostly aimed at Anton. You were really enjoying it. Oh, sorry. No, I'll go in a minute. I have to go back to work. I need. Okay, we're going to start. So each candidate will have 3 minutes to present themselves, starting with Callahan.
Hi, my name's Callahan Commons. I'm a second-year analytical science student, and this year I'm going to be your next societies officer. Over the past few years, I've been heavily involved with DCU. I've been a class rep twice and represent my class at CRC and addressed any issues they've brought to bring. I've also been heavily involved with societies. This year I'm chairperson of the Cancer Society. In January I went to Honduras with Global Brigades, and last year I was in the musical with DCU Drama. I feel from this I've gained great insight into society life as an ordinary member and as a committee member, and from this I feel I'll be the right person for the job. My aims are simple. I want to build a website. I've already been talking to ISS and they've agreed to help me with this. The website is going to be accessible and easy to use. Societies will be able to upload who they are and what their plans for the year are, and when it comes to events, upload events. This will be easier for freshers to use during Freshers Week, so they'll know who the societies are, so they can sign up on Clubs and Stocks Week. I also want to work with the Corporation of St. Pat's and DCU. I want to liaise between them to make sure there's no conflict between the two societies that have to come together. The societies have to come together, RAG and St. Vincent de Paul, Gaeilge and LGBTA and much more. I also want to get rid of the St. Pat's rep on societies because we're all DCU now, so there's no need for this, and I want to replace it with a multi-campus rep. This will ensure there's fair representation of both campuses on the societies. I also want to make sure that the societies split their time equally between both campuses, that events are taking place on both campuses, and that committee meetings and everything that's happening on both ones. Furthermore, I want to work with faculty reps, the Vice President of Engagement and Development, and the Vice President of Academic Affairs to ensure that the uni module is made contributory across all faculties and courses. At present, it's only a contributory in the humanities faculty, but I feel it should be contributory to everyone. If you're being involved in societies, you should be rewarded for this, and it's something I'm passionate about, making it happen. It's a 5-credit module, and this could be a difference in your final year between a 2-1 and a 1-1. I also want to work on storage spaces. At present, some societies like the Music Stock have their own storage cage. These are stored in the old bar, which is set to be knocked down, so it has somewhere else for this to go. There's also the Helix, which provides a great storage space, but this is only open between the hours of 9 AM and 5 PM. If you're having an event in the evening, it's very hard to get access to this. And the societies end up holding the stuff in their houses, which shouldn't be on. So I'm going to look to find places for storage societies. Also, as the bar is moving into the venue, there's no place for events next year. As I heard earlier, which I thought was great, Dylan said that this is refreshing. I like the positive look at this. It means that there is other possibilities for us to hold events. There's such as the Helix, the auditorium in St. Pat's is a great venue, and there's many more pubs and clubs around the Drumcondra area which could be used for society events. I think this would be a great thing for societies to do, and it's very refreshing for our societies. So my name is Caroline Commons, and I really appreciate your vote. Thank you.
How's it going, guys? I'm not gonna lie, this is a bit weird standing up here probably in the venue for the first time, being somewhat sober on a stage, so it's a bit daunting, not gonna lie. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Luke Aher. I'm 21 years of age and I'm currently studying enterprise computing in my 3rd year. I'm on my intro placement at the moment. I can explain why I'm kind of wearing weird trousers. So I don't normally dress like this. I came straight from my intro to be here right now. That should highlight how much I actually really want this position. So what I'm doing my intro on is IT. That's what I'm studying in college. And there are 2 key things that I've talked about in my manifesto. So DCU next year, as everyone knows, is coming together at St. Pat's. Societies are going to have a disadvantage that are from St. Pat's to DCU and vice versa, DCU to St. Pat's. So we have to make them more accessible to everyone. So by doing that, how many people out here know there's a DCUSU app? Or how many of you actually have it on your phone? So we're going to make this app the first thing people do when they first come into college. They will download it. Each society will have a profile as such. So on this profile, they will have the links to their social media pages or everything that they're doing. As well as this, on the app there's going to be an event planner scheme. So society's PROs or whoever their event manager is will contact me and I will upload this on a weekly basis. So this will be a platform so that every single society or student and society can see what events are happening on a weekly basis, quite accessibly as well, on a touch of their phone, rather than getting spammed by every day a Facebook event that, to be honest, aren't getting the reach that they used to get because there's just so much events being sent on Facebook. Other things in technology that I do want to implement next year is, as we all know, and everyone's mentioned it so far, the hub won't be here next year, but the good parts of it that we do need. So similar to what you see in the library every single, for booking a room, we're going to develop an online portal on the DCUSU website so that each member of the society can online just decide, or sorry, not decide, can choose what room they want to book. This again will make rooms and things going on a lot more accessible for everyone else. Each year when societies are doing their grant apps, they also get the opportunity to apply for posters. They get €7 per event per posters. As you can see out there, the posters are unsightly, they're litter. Most of them are instantaneous to take them down. So there's a scheme that I want to bring in next year, and it mightn't be rolled out essentially next year due to financial reasons, but in each building there will be a faculty screen. This will be in St. Pat's too. It'll be updated weekly, and just each student will know where to go so they can see what's going on as well. 30 seconds. Right. As we all know, storage won't be here next year, so I want to bring in society lockers. At the end of each year, you hear about your Trinity Ball, your UCD Ball. No one hears about the DCU Summer Ball. I'm going to get every single society involved so that they know and bring up the hype about the DCU Summer Ball. So it's an inter-society summer festival, whether it's the day before or the day of, every single society is going to be involved. My name is Luke Aher. I'm 4th year in DCU. I've been involved in societies since 2012, since the 1st year rep. I really want this position, and I know I'm the best person for this job.
What will you do next year for societies putting on Helix-based events, as this sometimes poses a problem?
Well, being a society member that has been involved with events already in the Helix, taking part in the DCU Fashion Week show for 2 years, I don't think it poses a problem. You see that 600 people have gone to those events. DCU Drama at the moment are doing 3 nights at the Helix. I know it doesn't create the sense of the hype that you get when you walk through the hub. You might be in the old bar or in the new bar and you see that's a thing on in the venue, but that's where I can come in place and I can help promote it. And I know the app as well. When you see there's an event planner and you see that there's a thing going on the Helix, it's on campus, it's right beside where you might be living. I don't think it won't be any problem. Other than that, it might be they're saying the Helix are 700. I think there's other spaces in the Helix. You've got 2 other auditoriums that are smaller and are more accessible for other events going on. So I don't see why it would be a problem. And we do have the facilities of St. Pat's as well to use under the Helix next year.
I think the Helix is a great place for venues. It's ideal, it's on campus, it's big enough for holding enough students who want to go. DCU Drama are holding their musical there this week, DCU Music Soccer are holding their league there next week, and it's an excellent space to use. I think it should be used more, and it's refreshing that we're going to be made and use it more next year.
Okay, next question. Societies in PATS, such as Drama Soc and Cumann Gaeilge, are successful societies. How will you work to keep these societies in PATS along with the same ones in DCU following the amalgamation? And Callahan.
So yeah, as I said earlier, these sites have to come together, and I can't see why this would be a cause of conflict, because DCU Drama and DCU Drama and PATS, they actually work alongside each other quite a lot. So I don't see it being a problem at all. I will work with them to make sure there is conflict, no conflict, and that the time is spent between both campuses so that everything is fair and equal representation.
Again, there's a lot more than just 2 societies down in Pat's. I was chairperson of ANF last year, and we were down to St. Pat's every time we had an event, and vice versa. We got them involved with our events on campus as well. We were the first society to bring in a PATS rep as well last year. So when PATS, even you saw it last week at DCU Best Dance Group, St. Pat's and DCU Drama came together, and they actually came third, I think, on the night. So I don't think next year, Alison, we know you won't come down over there. So everyone, I can't see why it'd be a problem. DCU students and St. Pat's students you've seen in the past, they get on well. If anything, it's just going to create a better hype next year with 2 societies coming together. There are smaller societies in PATS, and we'll do our utmost best to make that every single society will be on a level platform when it comes to students signing up in September.
Excellent. Is there any questions from the floor? I'll take up to 2. I'll take 3. I take 4. Purple t-shirt first.
Yep.
If you say it, I'll repeat it.
Both of you mentioned the positives of the Helix, but neither of you addressed the recent price increase. I firstly want to know, were you aware of this? And secondly, how you think this will affect smaller societies that won't be able to afford this extra price?
Okay, so the question is about the Helix. Both candidates were quite favourable about the use of the Helix. The question is, are they aware of the recent price increases and how this may affect smaller societies? And Luke is up first.
Again, having said, I've been a part of events that have taken place in the Helix, and ticket sales had struggled at the past, and there were times where the event might have been cancelled as a result of this. But that's what brought the event together. That's what everyone came together and said, you know what, actually let's go out and let's sell this. So I know the prices can be a problem, and that's where we can work with our grant app as well, so that societies will be at a level playing field, whether they're a smaller society or a larger society. They all have an equal opportunity when they do go to work at the Helix. Again, as I said, some of the auditoriums are smaller, so if they don't feel like they're going to sell the 500 tickets in the O'Mahony Hall, they can use the space. They can use the other O'Reilly Theatre as well. So the Helix has its positives. I know you've said that the prices have gone up, but I will work my utmost best to make that event will be a success next year.
Yeah, I do not look too favourably on the Helix increase their prices. I don't think that was fair on size and DCU, because they were aware that we were going to have to use that next year. However, I don't feel like the Helix is our only use for venues. There is much more. Like, we can have all of Drumcondra, all of Glasnevin, there's many pubs and clubs, there's an auditorium down in Pat's. There's many other places for venues. So if smaller societies feel they can't rent it out at that price, they have other options. They don't have to go to the Helix. So I don't think it's too much of a problem at all.
How would you help us, our own society?
question is about societies in St. Pat's. How will you ensure that societies in St. Pat's can remain after the amalgamation, as students in St. Pat's mightn't want to come to DCU to register for their own societies? And Calvin first.
I'm under the understanding that the societies have to come together, both Pat's and DCU, because we're going to be one college next year. But I do think this is what I was on about in my manifesto. They have to work together. There has to be equal time spent on each campus, so that all students are looked after the same and treated the same. There is no point on like everyone coming up and joining up here and nothing going down in Pat's. That's not fair on everyone in DCU. So there has to be an equal amount of time, equal events spread down in Pat's and DCU, and just so that everything's fair and equal across both campuses.
Same as Callan, from the best of my knowledge, it was that both societies would join together, but that's where I came into the talk earlier about let's make all societies on a level barring accessibility. So when we do have that app in place, all you do have to do is log in and you have you do have the same level page as everyone else. You have your name there. You can see what's going on every single day with everyone else. So societies, whether if they do want to stay by themselves, then we will do our best to work with them. As well as that, Freshers' Day is down in Pat's as well as it is in DCU, so societies will have the opportunity to go both to DCU and St. Pat's so that they can share their message to both students.
Dramatic mic drop. Okay, I had a question here, a question here, a question here, and a question here, and then no more questions.
I've been involved in society life for the past 2 years. I feel that the society officer isn't beneficial to chair people, to committees, and I don't particularly see the point. We went abroad on a trip and we got little support from societies officers over the past 2 years. What are you going to do to help the societies, especially the small ones, because they need it? And I don't think that this role is helping them at all.
So what are you going to do to justify the role, especially with supporting smaller societies?
I don't agree that that's just for smaller society, that's for larger societies as well. I've been in those event page groups where it's just event managers, chairpersons. I was a chairperson as well before. I do realise, or 2 years ago when Lindsay Butler was the person, she did put an event planner scheme in place so that events didn't clash with each other. But I was the same. We've been abroad twice bringing on European mystery tours and there was no bit of advice, there was no one telling us, keeping in contact with us when these opportunities came in place. So what am I going to do that's different to last year? I'm going to create a form as such, but be interactive with it. Don't just create just to say that you've made it. Actually be in contact with every single chairperson, event manager, PRO, so that I know what's going on. As well as that, some things people do put online, we can manage what's that being happened, it's being screened. I'm not just doing this to say that I'm a society officer, I want to actually do something about it. Okay. So to answer your question, what am I going to do that's different to last year? I'm actually going to interact with you and I'm going to make sure that I have fulfilled what it says that my role is set out to be.
Yeah, I actually have this on my manifesto. I want to improve the link between the societies officer and the societies. I want to be a point of contact for societies. If they have problems, if they need any issues at all, they can come to me, I will address the issue and I will find the solution to it. I want to make it more like the faculty rep and class rep system, where they have meetings once or twice a semester to address any issues the class reps and the classes are having. I feel this is so much more effective rather than just having Facebook pages where the society officer is there but not doing anything. We need to be out talking to the chairpersons and the societies and engaging with them to find solutions to the problems they're having. So I will be there for anyone if they need me next year if elected.
Question around the front here? Yes?
Yeah. So I'm just on the science and health sub, and one of the things that we struggle with is posters and videos because we don't really attract any multimedia people. Our PRO has been great this year in trying to do everything that she could do, but I was just wondering what would you help to kind of help societies who don't have that kind of multimedia background to promote their events?
So how are you going to support societies that don't have necessarily the capacity in some areas such as multimedia?
Yeah, that is a fair point. I'm a science student myself and I won't have a clue how to do any PRO stuff. But I think the MPS and all the societies, all the multimedia people and journalism, they do know how and they would be more than happy to help you if you approach them. So I will be there and I can give you the information on where to find these people that will help you. And I have no problem with doing this. I feel like that is a very fair point and I will do my best to sort that.
Again, to answer that question, there are like DCU TV pages, and sometimes you just get blue ticked and no one replies to you, and I know that can be kind of shit to say as such. So what? Okay, sorry, bad language, my fault. So other than that as well, what we can do is, and I implemented last year when I was chairperson for my committee, we actually got a graphic designer position on the committee. We branched out to different societies to see if any 3 people applied for it. So there are people out there that actually want these positions. It's how we're going to advertise that to each society. So we can remind people, we can constantly put updates. As well as that, we can put a leadership pod and like a pod as such. Like we have event pods, we've got treasurer pods, we've got secretary pods. Let's make a graphic design one, because I know a lot of people find that even interesting. And not just open it up to committee members, open it up to the whole students across all faculties, because not everyone gets a committee position, but everyone might be interested in further designing something as such like that, because it is an interesting topic. So that's me.
Do you have any plans to restructure the committee positions to reflect the incorporation?
Well, yeah, as most societies in DCU last year, they brought in a PATS rep. I think we should, most people have said as well, abolish that position, have a cross-department position for each person, for each society. So it entirely can be up to the society as well if they want to have someone solely on that campus at all times. So we can leave that up for them. But across all 4 campuses, it is going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy. It's like DIT. Their societies don't get the range that they should be getting. And they always say DCU community life is so much better because we were solely based on one campus. So we can use from their faults in the past and build on how we can make our communities that bit better by using all 4 campuses. There's over 60 societies out there, so there's no reason why we should learn from the past, from other universities, and build on it and make that community there that isn't PATS, that isn't Mater Dei, that will be in All Hallows. And as you can see in DCU, there is a community spirit here, so I will work my utmost best to keep that community open.
Yeah, the committee structures, there'll obviously be a chair, vice chair, as general ones. But then, as I said earlier in my manifesto, I want to introduce a multi-campus rep to ensure that there's representation across all campuses. The St. Pat's rep, I don't think it's right because we're all DCU students, and I think the multi-campus rep is much more effective, and the representation will be fair across all the campuses, all 4 of them. And yeah, I think they should stay the same, but the introduction of the multi-campus rep is definitely an ideal situation as well.
This year I was on the committee for the Harry Potter Society here at DCU, and halfway through the year I stood up and took over the treasurer position with the accounts and that sort of mess. So what do you propose to do to help people that come in and take over committee positions halfway through the year with little or no training? So what do you propose to do to help people that come in halfway through the year and help them get experience and go and help them do their job?
So the question is, what are you going to do to support committee members who have to take over new roles within the academic year without any training or support? And Callum.
So yeah, at the beginning of semester 1, there is the pod leadership, what do you call them, workshops. And yeah, they're great at the start of the semester, but those resources should be there throughout the year rather than just the start of the semester, because there is the chopping and change of society. Sometimes people drop out and new people come in. So the resources should be there for people to learn how their new roles they're into. But so I will work with the clubs and socks offices to try and find a way of having these resources constantly there for people to learn.
So yeah, to answer your question as well, is that one thing, if you do read my manifesto, is that I want to increase the amount of information sessions throughout the year. And if you have ever attended some of them before, they can be long, they can be boring, they can get people who are from businesses that were in a chairperson society maybe 10 years ago. What I want to introduce next year, that I have said in my manifesto, is that get someone who's a treasurer from a society last year, tell them about real life experiences, how they went to do their grant app, how they went about sourcing finances. So throughout the year, we will increase the number of information sessions and workshops and have real life experienced people who have worked with societies at DCU come in and tell you about their experiences so that they can make the path a lot easier for you.
Thank you. I'm going to close questions now. There is another Hustings on Monday on St. Pat's campus, and they're also available to be pestered as much as you like. So starting the summations is Callahan, you have... No, I'm sorry, it's Luke. Sorry, can't read my own text. Luke, you have 1 minute.
Right, guys, as I said, I've been in DCU since 2012. I've had positions from first year rep to PRO to event manager to finally being a chairperson. Last year, I actually was honoured to win the Individual Contribution to Society Life Award. That doesn't go unrecognised. That's how much effort I've put into society work. It's quite hard for someone travelling in, commuting every single day to get involved, but I've taken that extra step, and that's how much drive I have for this position. So, what I really want to say to you guys is that I really want this position. DCU's given me so much opportunities. I think it's finally my time to give something back to them. What I'm going to do different to previous society officers is I'm not just going to say, put this on my CV, I'm a society officer, tick that off, that's that done. No, I'm actually going to go out and do something about it. From working on committees, I've seen what kind of platform there is for a society officer to do. And I feel like DCU, and the fact that it's that bit bigger next year, has lacked that kind of experience. I really want this position. My name's Luke Aher. Really consider me for your #1 vote. Thank you.
So as I said earlier, I was chairperson of Cancer Society this year. Last year I was in the Drama Society, and in January I went and got endorsed with Gaeilge. I've been involved with so many different societies. I know how societies work. I've been a committee member and an ordinary member of societies, and a wide range of them. I understand that all societies are different and that they need different needs. They have different needs, and if I will look at address all of these, I will not just focus on the main ones, the big name societies. I will address all the small societies as well equally. I've been a class rep twice. I understand how the students' union works. I know what I could do with the role. My aims are simple and clear. They're not big and out there that I know won't get done. I know I can achieve them. So please consider me for societies officer. My name is Callahan Commons, and vote for me because we all have socks in common.
Big full bus for both our candidates. Hey, how's everybody doing? We're going to move on to Irish language. Oifigeach na Gaeilge. I've been to enough congresses to have picked up a few bits of Irish.
Okay.
What? Not a bit.
Jordan, were you checking up on me there?
I was just
Driving off at work, yeah. Welcome to my office.
Education placement.
Don't written Irish.
That might not work for welfare. These aren't your tips. Don't cross the stream. Kevin's going to interview me. Just a bit of Irish. Sheena's listening. Yeah, she's in Texas. Hustings, if we got New Gaeilge,
Look at you both.
tried saying her names.
So cute.
Every time.
Okay, Germa goods. If you're staying, please stay and sit down. If you're leaving, I'm going to use the extent of my Irish in like the next 2 minutes. So, welcome to the final part-time officer hustings of today. As I said, all these hustings are happening again on Monday in St. Pat's, so if you think of more questions, you've got lots of ways of contacting them, or you can grill them again on Monday. But up next for Irish Language Officer, we have Coit, Christina and Barra. Unfortunately, Barra is out of the country, so he has sent a representative to make a presentation for him, but they won't be answering questions. But he's contactable, I assume, on social media and everything if you do have questions for him. So we're going to start with 3-minute introductions from each candidate, starting with Coit.
No, I can't hold this.
Okay, Cordes, Misha Costney Calicon, Tommy McGarbley and Jane Stadder, Airshort Gaeilge. I was told Misha a year by more Oifigeach Gaeilge. So hi guys, I'm Coach and I'm a second year studying journalism through Irish and I really want to be your Irish language officer. So I'll just start with kind of my manifesto. It's based around one main aim that I have, and that aim is to incorporate the Irish language into every single part of the student union, so everybody that we have in the student union, I want to work with them, so all of our faculty reps, all of our vice presidents and the president, I want to work with them, and I want to incorporate the Irish language into everything, so I want to work with everyone on exec. So I know that, like, for example, like faculties that wouldn't have any Irish in them, so would be outside Faculty of Humanities, it can be hard sometimes to kind of like promote the Irish language, we'll say. So I want to promote the Club Choral. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Common Gaeilge has a Club Choral that we have every single week, and I want to make sure that that's tied in with the SU, because we've never had that chance before. So if we have it like that, then we'll have it more open, we'll have it available for more people, and if you want to use your Irish and if you want to use your Cúpla Focal, then you're going to be able to come and use it just for the crack. There's no pressure, it's not forced, because I know that we all have this idea of it being forced on us from secondary school and being obsessed with grammar and all that. But I want to lose this and I want to normalise language, and that's really something that's important to me. As well as that, I want to work closely with the Welfare and Equality Officer towards the Chocolate Gaeilge that we're going to have. Now we already have one set up in Pass Campus, which we can really use to our advantage, because there's already events going on. Even there's a Toronto Guest the other night, it was fantastic. There's always events going on and we can base ourselves on them. So being ambassadors for the language, that's what the people in this accommodation will be like. As well as that, a big point for me is that you know yourself, if you were going to a different country, you want to know about the language, you want to know about the culture, and you want to know if they dance, you want to know the dance. So I think if Erasmus students come to Ireland, I'd like to work with the international offices towards talking to the international students and the Erasmus students, so that we can tell them how they're going to learn the Irish language if they want to. I mean, it's not something that I'm going to force again, but just to show that it's readily available for them if they want to. They can learn the Irish, the Irish dance, whatever, from Dance Society, and that's if you're not an outgoing person or anything like that, then it can be hard to figure out how to do that straight away. So I'd like to work with first years as well. I know that we have clubs and socks week straight away whenever we come on campus on orientation, after orientation week, and they know straight away about clubs and societies, but we're a bilingual campus and we really need to be proud of this and we really need to push this. And if we have the Irish language officer speaking to the first years as soon as they come in orientation week, then we'll be able to push this, and I think it's really important for us. So it's Misha Costney Calicon, so Misha Geary, Venmar, Oifigeach Gaeilge. You're welcome.
I hate Irish. I think Irish is boring, Irish is useless, and Irish is only around because we're forced to learn it in secondary school. I hear this, I'm a student teacher at the moment, and I hear this all the time in schools from all the kids. Obviously, because I'm running for Oifigeach Gaeilge, I disagree completely with that, but I understand that people do not have the same passion that I have for Irish. I want to give everyone the chance, as Oifigeach Gaeilge, I want to give everyone the chance to speak whatever Irish they have, no matter how fluent they are. I want to organise events such as Taogas Play, free coffee mornings, Kilty's on Gaeilge, blind dates, speed dating, all those type of events where people can just come and use whatever Cúpla Focal they have. I also believe that Irish is a gift and that everyone should be rewarded for making that extra effort for speaking their own language. I want to organise a Gaeilge Corta where once you prove to us that you can and are making that extra effort to speak Irish daily, you'll be given a Gaeilge Corta and then be able to get discounts in all the different shops and restaurants around campus for speaking Irish. I also, just like Koch, I want to organise a Chocolate Gaeilge on the Glasnevin campus. I'm currently in the Chocolate Gaeilge at the moment, and it's such an amazing base for the Irish language movement. I also believe that Irish isn't just for Chocolate Gaeilge, and I want to make it an integral part to student life in DCU every single day. I work really closely with all the different clubs and stocks to organise different events that are bilingual and where everyone can just throw in a few words of Irish or just a few words of English. Events such as Blind Date, we had one of them in Pats this year in cooperation with the Drama Stock. That was really successful. Gaeilge's with the Dance Stock, and Gaeilge 24 for St Vincent de Paul would be really successful. I also want to organise Shomer Cod River Irish Hangout Zone on the Glasnevin campus. We have one currently in Pats, and it is a great place for people just to get together and chat away to themselves, and there's free tea and coffee there too. I'll also organise care dinner or workshops on the Irish culture, sean-nós, filiocht, which is poetry, drama, anything like that. Maybe get a few of the actors in from Ross Naroon to just to spread the language around. I also understand that it's not just all about the crack for Oifigeach Gaeilge and the Students' Union, that there are academic issues there to do with Irish, and that I will work very closely with Ryan Gaeilge to solve these. One of those issues would be the day of the oral Irish examination for BEds, but there's so many, just like the movement of the Irish department to the All Hallows campus, there's so many there where there's room for development. My name is Christine Loving Sanadum. I'm running for DCU Irish Language Officer. We all have to keep the focal, and let's use them.
So from this point on, I am Barra, Smisha Barra. So I'm a tall, skinny, lanky-haired boy from Donegal, and this is his speech. So, G.E. Macorja is Smisha Barra O'Scallon. I am a joint honours Irish and French student this year. I am running for the position of Oifigeach Gaeilge. As some of you know, I am doing Erasmus at the minute in France this year, so that's why you won't see me on campus this week and haven't seen me all year. But as you'll see, I am definitely the best person for this job, and at the minute I step back on Irish soil, I'll be right back giving all my energy to Irish on campus. I haven't forgotten my passion for Irish, and seeing how much work that has been done this year, following on from the foundations laid over the past 2 years, has made me even more excited to come back and get right back into it. When I started in DCU in September 2013, Irish was at an all-time low point. The Cumann Gaeilge was almost non-existent, there seemed to be no outlets to speak Irish for students, and it was disappointing. So I got onto the Cumann Gaeilge Facebook page and offered to give a few Irish classes, and then from then on, I was right in the thick of it. By the end of the year, I was Cahireach, or chairperson of the Cumann Gaeilge, and throughout my second year, I, with the help of a great committee, brought the Cumann Gaeilge from strength to strength. And we ended up winning Most Improved Society on campus and Glór na Nail's award for An Cumann is Fearr Faoi Gá Chéad Ball, or Best Cumann Gaeilge under 200 members. It didn't stop there. I was also elected Class Rep Council for Oifigeach Gaeilge last year, and with this role I campaigned for Irish language issues, including a motion for the university to employ an Oifigeach Gaeilge, and to set aside apartments for a Scéim Cónaithe, or Irish language accommodation scheme. I firmly believe that my campaigning and that of my colleagues as well was the driving force behind the implementation of both those motions, as we now have both on campus. Since the university's Oifigeach Gaeilge was employed, I worked closely with her to lobby for more representation for Irish on campus and to organise campaigns and events. When writing my manifesto, I tried to keep it realistic and simple. The 3 main points are as follows. Firstly, I want to have a Shomer Gaeilge on DCU campus. This is something that already exists on the St. Pat's campus and most other Irish universities, and it works really well as a hub or focal point for the Irish language. As the new hub is currently in development, now is the perfect time to campaign for this. It would be the perfect spot for the likes of a Shomer Gaeilge, and I think we've built enough momentum over the past few years that is a realistic and obtainable goal. Secondly, something I've gradually come to realise over the past I've spent campaigning for Irish is that it's really hard, almost impossible, to just spark a passion in someone, or to get a whole campus speaking Irish just overnight. We have to think about historical and cultural aspects of Irish also. So please give me your #1 vote for Oifigeach na Gaeilge. With this experience behind me and a year's worth of only speaking Irish every couple of weeks because I'm in France, I have a lot to give when I come back to DCU. I've learned so much during my time abroad, and I know what needs to be done on campus to ensure in the coming years and the status of Irish can keep going from strength to strength as it has since 2013. Gur míle maith agaibh.
Siobhan's going to be back for a closing statement, but she's not going to answer questions. So the first question, and Christina's going to answer first. In light of recent events, the movement of winter, how will you ensure a strong presence of Gaeilge will persist on the Glasneville campus? In light of recent events, so the movement of winter, how will you ensure a strong presence of Gaeilge will persist on the Glasneville campus?
I'm very experienced in the Common Gaeilge. I was part of the Common Gaeilge this year and I was on the committee of it. So I'm well used to promoting Irish on the St. Pat's campus, and I would love to have that the chance to promote it on the Glasneville campus as well. One thing I would definitely do, like I said in my manifesto, I want to have activities not just during Shocking Gaeilge. I want activities every single week to do with Irish, to give everyone a chance to speak their Irish every single day. And this is how I feel that I would be able to promote Irish on the Glasneville campus. If people are just hearing the cúpla focal being thrown around all the place, they're going to pay attention to that. They're going to ask questions. They're going to say, why are those people speaking Irish? And that's how you will gain the attention and the momentum to keep Irish as a main and integral part of student life here in Glasneville. Thank you.
Well, that's actually something that really affects me because I'm under the School of Fianter. Actually, there the other night we brought a motion to Class Rep Council to try and stop this from happening. So we mandated the Students' Union to try and find another solution because we really don't want to be pushed off campus, and we are a bilingual campus and we really want to prevent that from happening. We are going to lose our staff definitely, but we might lose our students, and it's the students are the ones we're fighting for right now. Now, it is fair enough to say that if we lose our staff, it might bring down a bit the ethos of Irish, but it won't bring down at all. It's just the researchers, it's just the lecturers that are in there. We still have the students that are going to be mainly based up here, and that's we need to just spread the Irish there. And all of our Gaeilge stuff, with Common Gaeilge, is always on campus up here anyway. So if we do lose our staff of Fianter to All Hallows, then we'll still have our Gaeilge going around the students. Thanks.
How will you ensure that by promoting Irish, other smaller languages, or indeed English-speaking people who don't speak Irish, aren't disadvantaged?
Okay, so the question is, how will you promote the use of Irish without excluding non-Irish speakers?
That's a really good question. I like that. I think the big thing with Irish is that we're not saying that it's a better language. We're not saying that we prefer it or anything like that. It's just we just want the same rights as people who speak English, who speak Polish, who speak absolutely any other language have. That's all we want, and we just because our own constitution is the first language is Irish. We should have the right to have everything that is available through English, through Irish. We're not asking for any more than English. We're just asking for the same rights, and I don't think it's much to ask. It's not demeaning any other language. It's not making anybody else a minority. It's just keeping our own language and using our rights.
I understand sometimes people who are in charge, they can be so passionate about it that sometimes they come across as way too full on, and people could be worried about the other minority languages. But like I said, I want to work with other clubs and SOCs and other people and communities in the college to make sure that Irish is part of everything. So that say people, French-speaking people, international students, we'd invite them along to the Gaeilge, to the different events where they could learn a few words that they could teach us a few French words. It would be brilliant to have things like that. And in, like Koch said, we don't want to take over DCU and PAPS and make it a completely Irish campus. We just want Irish to be there in equal parts to English and all the other languages.
I'm on Gaeilge, and this year we campaigned for the Gaeilge and for the housing. What's next for the thing? What are you planning on doing? Like, what are you passionate about? What is the next step with the Irish language on DC campus? What's the next step for Irish language nationally? What's the next step for at USI? What are you planning on doing?
Excellent. So the question is, what is the next step for this role based on previous achievements? And your proceedings.
Well, we have definitely made some amazing achievements over the past few years with regards to the Irish language. I think based in DCU, I think the best thing for us to do is to up the ante with all the different events we have that we don't, Irish events tend to be concentrated during Seachtain na Gaeilge. I don't want them, like we should go all out for Seachtain na Gaeilge, but I don't want them just to be then, and then for us to forget, for everyone to forget about Irish straight after those 2 weeks. So I think we should be focusing on putting more regular events on, to be given the student support as well academically for Irish, and Seachtain na Gaeilge and Oifigeach na Gaeilge will definitely help those aims. Then nationally, I think it is important to promote the Irish language as a whole. We see there are several campaigns ongoing at the moment to do with Irish. For example, the BEds currently have to pay €750 to go to the Gaeilge, which is compulsory, and we did have a massive campaign, but that was unsuccessful. So as Oifigeach na Gaeilge, part of my manifesto is to start a new, stronger campaign against those type of things, where people aren't punished for trying to learn their own language.
Good question, Gaeilge. Well, I know that it has taken a lot to campaign for the Seachtain na Gaeilge and the Shane Conha and the Oifigeach na Gaeilge. It's taken an awful lot of work. And I think what we need to do here is spread the awareness of the language. We need to make it a solid groundwork. We've never had an Oifigeach na Gaeilge on our campus, this campus before. And I think it's really important that we make a solid lot of groundwork, especially in semester 1, and then we can go up from there. So then we can make sure that there's going to be more amenities available through Irish. So even having different, even the lead card stuff, even anything like that through Irish, working with Students' Union, making sure that we have everything that we have through English to Irish, as I said. But it's just a matter of really getting the foundation right now, I think, because we haven't up until now, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves too early, because if we aim too high right now, then we could just fall, because we really need a good foundation, because Oifigeach na Gaeilge is the first time on this campus.
Okay, I'm going to go 1, 2, and then 3.
Okay, just so from listening from manifestos, I know why you think Irish is important, but what would you say to someone who doesn't think it is important? Why should they care?
Okay, so we understand your personal motivations from your manifesto, but how would you convince others to care about the Irish language? First is Hoyt.
Well, as I said earlier, it's not about forcing anyone to you're not going to force anyone to like anything, and that's a problem that we have in our education system as it is. But what I'd like to do is just make people more comfortable with it and normalise it. Just make it a regular thing that we have every day, not for it to be something, I don't like Irish, just because they see a word there. Just for it to be something that they don't even notice, that it's just always there in the back of your mind. And it's just something that's just a constant influence on us. It's not about forcing people to like it, it's just about having the opportunities there. If they want to learn it, they can. We're not, nobody's going to force anyone, but it is about, we do need to, raise the awareness of it, push it, but just have more, more stuff going on that we can, that everyone can get access to.
So, yeah, I do understand, like I said in my opening speech, I do understand that people don't like the language. What I would say to those people is that I just spent 2 weeks up in Donegal in the Gaeilge, and it is amazing, for someone who's already passionate about the language, it is amazing how much it opened my eyes to the richness of the language and how much it links us to our culture and to the past, and from that, once we learn from the past, we'll be able to move on into the future with our language. So in that way, that's one reason why I think the Irish language is important. But there are so many other reasons. Academically learning an extra language, I'm not going to bring off all the figures now, but academically learning an extra language does actually help people learn maths and other languages and everything like that, and people do perform academically better. So those are like the basic reasons, but we would never ever try and force someone to speak Irish if they didn't want to. So basically what she was asking there was what support we would give to people where there isn't enough support there for people who are doing their courses through Irish. So Kilty mar dúirt mé Rockmé Jagbal le Ryan na Gaeilge chun an tackling seo a chuirsiús mar ceart mé sé níl sé cover mar curbe go muid ag fulgint mar jalar a Jonga agus go muid ag déanamh an éireann sin. It's not fair at all that people should be suffering because they want to make that extra effort to speak Irish, and I would definitely go in contact with all the Irish departments across all the campuses to make sure that Irish is supported and that all those templates and all that support is there, because it is definitely an issue that people have and it's definitely not fair at all. So I would be in contact with lecturers, making sure they put up things on Loop that are both in Irish and in English, and that I would make that compulsory.
Yeah, taking one question. So tá an 5 sin agwin, but like ní caiise sin about 5. Like tá an 5 le intra, tá an fur an fronter, tá siad ag géirí go mai like intra agwin, internet agwin trí Gaeilge, but níl an intra ag chur like an iarcht the shock is tóga. So tá sé géirí obair le intra chun é sin éanamh. So I want to work with intra towards making sure that there is the Irish language opportunity. So most regular to geary internet in a trí Gaeilge, kai tú dolamach an sia all to him like kinta tá sin go má, but ag an am céine níl sé cochram gwyl Daniela tá geary in a trí Verla tá she just an a all mar sin just air an intersite. So it's not fair that just because you want your opportunity through Irish that you have to go with find it yourself, because like they do, like obviously there are organisations that want to give it to us, it's just intra aren't just working with them right now, and it's really important that it's not just us looking for the opportunities, that we're given some opportunities as well, and that these employers through Gaeilge are like they're Aaron we all the courses that we have, because it will of course nurture like their learning for the language as well. So.
I got Irish show down my own secondary school. What are you going to do to encourage me to go to the events and like that I won't feel intimidated at? Because look, I absolutely know who to do what you're saying. Like I can pick up a word or two, but if that's kind of like the sugar whatever the top room is going to be like, I won't go because I'm being intimidated. So what are you going to do to encourage me to go to the events?
Okay, and just for the sake of the microphones, what are you going to do to encourage non-Irish speakers who may be intimidated by events or places like the Shamrock Fight?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, well, you're not going to force people to speak it, as I said. But the thing is, it's just having the opportunities there. So we want our club core that we're going to have. Like, I do want to make sure that's an SU event as well, and that's readily available. And it will be in the Shamrock Cadre when we get it. But at the same time, we had things like during Shock to the Gaeilge on this campus, we had like things like Granny Bingo on. So there were people there that had very little Irish, but at the same time we had a good turnout and stuff because people knew their numbers, and it just brought it back, and it was just so nice to have something like that. So it's just a matter of like improving awareness of them, like just having, I suppose, just being aware constantly that those people, like people who don't have Irish, like people like you, just get the chance to speak it if they want to. It's a case of like, I don't think it's that people like that come Gaeilge or anybody promoting Irish on campus hasn't wanted to do that before. It's just that we haven't had the chance, and now that we have the Oifigeach and Gaeilge, we have the chance to actually run more events like this.
Yeah, I do get where you're coming from, and sometimes the common way they can forget there are people there that aren't fluent and that they can be very intimidated by it. But as of Kilty Gaeilge, that's what I want to focus on. I want to focus on the fact that we will be completely open and welcoming to everyone, whatever level of language of Irish they're at, that we'll be able to help them and bring them on. And if they want to stay where they're at, that's grand, and they just want to say Gaeilge and Gurmaka, that's fine. And that's why I have planned in my manifesto events like Gaeilge's Play, coffee mornings, blind date. Those are things where you can just like throw in a few words. They're the basics of the language that everyone will be able to use. So then people can come together as a community just to bond over the Irish language. I understand completely, because I am on teaching practice at the moment, and we did have issues with, even for our lesson plan templates, they didn't have them through Irish, they didn't have the supports there, and we had to get on to the lecturers and make sure they put them there. That is one of the things that I will be working very closely with Venue DCU with, to make sure that those things are available to every single student, and that we don't have to go out and ask for them. As well, different resources, even like the curriculums, to get them through Irish. There aren't that many in the libraries at the moment, and they go straight away. So I would campaign for there to be more curriculums to be put there through Irish, because that's where you get the terminology, so you're more confident when you go in front of the class. Also, just resources in general, the different books and toys. A few weeks ago we had an Irish assignment, all the books were gone like that, and everyone else was stuck. We need to have more resources for Irish, and that's what I will be working to do as a Gaeilge.
This isn't a problem that I actually faced myself, but it is something I was made aware of yesterday when I went down to Pat's campus. I think that, as you said, like lesson plans should be available, but I'd like a site, like I know like I work for the MPS, the Media Production Society, and we have like resources part of our page. So like I'd like something like that on the SU website, where we have like resources for the teaching placement page, and that'd be really good, because we'd be able to put obviously the lesson templates of Gaeilge and things like that. But as well as that, I'd like to make sure that teachers are aware of all the first Gaeilge packs they can get. Whenever they can get like the reward charts and the post-its and everything like that, that's going to help them teaching. It's going to be another thing that's going to help them through the teaching practice and the teaching placement. And Cullen Gaeilge and First Gaeilge are more than happy to give out these things. I'll just make sure that they are on campus and that they're ready to be given out and they're kept up in the SU, so they're readily handy. It's not a case of saying it about 2 weeks beforehand.
Okay, I'll take one more question if there is one. Good. So you have up to 1 minute to submit. So I'm going to invite Siobhan back to give us the meeting for back, and we're going to start.
It's Misha Koshi Calicon. I was Tommy Geary Ben Mar Oifigeach Gaeilge. Now I was really nervous coming up today. Like I'm really bad at public speaking, and that's why I keep moving my hands, because I'm shaking. So I hope you bear with me for that. But lads, I'm so passionate about Irish, and I've done everything I could possibly do for the Irish language. Like I try to incorporate it into everything. Like that's what I do best. I incorporate the Irish language into everyday things, and I've been doing it since I was 2 years old, and I've been trying to speak Irish and make people speak Irish around me since I was that age. So I really hope that you vote for me, because I have so much ideas, and I'd be more than happy to hear what other people have to say. I'm more than happy to help you in any way I can, because I really love Gaeilge and I really want to promote it on campus.
being a stand-alone, and I'm going for DCU Irish Language Officer. Like I said, I understand if you don't like Irish, that if you're not as passionate about it as me. I want to promote Irish in the college for people both who are fluent and who aren't fluent. I want to organise events such as Teagus Play, coffee mornings, blind dates, Gaeilge, Gaeilge Aher. I want to organise workshops, Chocolate Gaeilge and Irish Hangout Zone here on DCU campus. I want to help students with the academic issues they have to do with Irish, and you can find my manifesto on my Facebook page. So yeah, Christina Logan Anderson, I'm going for DCU Irish Language Officer. Please give me your number 1. We all have to keep the football. Let's use it.
So once again, it's Mr. Barrow Scallon. So it's hard for me to stand up here as Barrow when I'm actually in France. So get onto Barrow, Barrow's Facebook page, vote number 1 Barrow Scallon for Oifigeach Gaeilge. Follow my Snapchat story that I'm doing every day in France right now to get a look at how this role was actually tailored to fit me. On a broader note, if elected, I want to create more definite Aher opportunities for people to speak Irish whenever they can, be it absolute beginners or fluent. It's something that needs to be incorporated to everyday activities. So in sports, free Irish classes, the club chora, or even using your cupula focal in Spar. So please give me your number 1 vote, Barra O'Scallon for Oifigeach Gaeilge.
Thank you very much, Gurmila Mahogans. Big round of applause, Bula Bus for everybody. Okay, how's everybody feeling? Wrecked, shattered? We'll get there. We have 4 positions left to, I don't know what the active verb is, hust. The order of them is VP Education and Placement, then VP Welfare and Equality, then VP Engagement and Development, and finally VP Academic Affairs. I'm going to try and keep each one to 20 minutes, so if you're not Education and Placement, you can probably disappear for a little while. And we're going to do short, like we did with Presidents, it's going to be shorter introductions, and we might scrap the summations as well, just so some of us can go back to work. Starting off with VP Education is Manus and Stephen with us. Okay, if you're going to stay for this, come in and sit down. And you know what? Everyone's going to move forward 3 rows because you're very far away and there's loads of empty seats. So if you're further back than Ayub, I'm so sorry. Ayub, you need to come forward. Come on. Getting up and stretching as well will be good for you, for those of you who've been here for a while. There's loads of seats. There's loads of places for you. Okay, we've got some protesters in the back. That's okay.
Take my seat at least.
It's okay. You don't have to do all I tell you.
Oh, this is fun.
Okay, thanks for that. It's just nice to have a few not empty seats right in front of them when they're speaking. Okay, so now we're on to VP Education and Placement. If you have any questions to submit, get them over to Aaron as soon as possible, because as soon as the candidates stop introducing themselves, I will not accept any more questions. So you're going to have 2 minutes to introduce yourself. I will give you a warning when you have 30 seconds left. And we're going to go in reverse order to the way we did last time. So we're starting off with Stephen.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Stephen Rickson and I'm running for Vice President of Education and Placement because I think after 4 years of doing a course that has placement, lectures, assignments, exams, it's something I'm really passionate about and think that I could bring a lot to the role. As well, I've been involved in societies here in DCU since being in first year and I'm currently the Societies Officer on the St. Patrick's Student Union, so it would be an absolute dream to be a part of the SU when they finally come together. As well, I know it is based on St. Patrick's campus, but I would try to work as much as I can with every faculty because DCU does actually have 70% of courses going on placement. So one of the big issues I'd like to work with on the Glasnevin campus are students going on intra. The allocation process where students have to accept the first place offered to them should be reviewed, as well as that more information provided on intra prior to the year of placement, as well as one-to-one sessions to support students. As well as this then, the actual intra portal was brought to my attention, and I think that students should be able to show their personality in uploading their CV. Students studying through Irish should be able to actually upload their CV as Gaeilge. Feedback then on all assignments is a big thing I want to get in education-wise. It is very important if concise feedback is given to students, they know where they went right, where they went wrong, and how exactly they can improve in future years. I want to campaign for a reading week in all courses, especially nursing, science, engineering. Even if I could secure a mini reading week whereby the students got 3 days off or just a week with no labs, it would be of benefit to them and they could catch up on all their extra work. I do want to work closely to promote the essay writing skills workshops and referencing workshops. Students often waste a lot of time not knowing how to reference properly instead of focusing on the content itself, and this is something I do want to look into. So again, please, over the next week, consider me Stephen Rickson, vote all Rixie.
Hi, my name is Manus McLaughlin. I'm from Mayo and I'm currently studying primary school teaching in St. Pat's. I believe it's very important whoever gets this job that they're very passionate about it. How do I prove to you that I'm passionate? I have 2 reasons. Number 1, I had to skip my Gaeilge placement. I deferred it till July or June and I'm going to have to complete that without everyone in my year and maybe possibly with Hibernia students. If that doesn't show dedication, I don't know what does. On top of that, I come from an educational background. My parents are both teachers, my sister's a teacher, and I've heard enough dinner conversations over the past few years to put the changes that I've heard, get a chance to implement them. As well as that, over the past few years, I've realised that placement is very stressful on people, as I'm sure you can all relate to it. I had a video based on that to show people where they can go to talk about their problems. As well as that, I'd like to make sure that the services provided for students on placement for their mental well-being are adequate. I can't say that, I'd like to build a symbiotic relationship between the colleges. As I said before, building and working in community is very difficult. I'd love to have surveys of every single placement. As I mentioned before, I did my own survey and it immediately told us what needed to be ironed out for the following year. If you don't survey a placement, these same problems are going to keep happening every single year. How about we survey every single placement in DCU, PATS and Materday and all campuses? As well as that, I would love to make sure that students such as nurses or business students or anyone who's gone on placement are integrated in college life while they're gone. I myself had no idea what was going on in PATS the first semester. Maybe even a couple of emails just to fill them in. Online ticket sales for nurses so that they can buy their tickets online when they're on placement. Look, I've ran for PATS for Student Union for 2 years. I've made promises, I've followed through on them. If you vote for me, please place your trust in me for 1 more year. I promise to follow through. I'll be there for you next year in placement. Vote Manus for Egg, guys.
Okay, I've got some written questions. If you haven't gotten them to Aaron at this stage, there's no more written questions coming through, and I'm only going to take 2 or 3 from the floor. So, first question, and Manus is answering first. What will you do for Erasmus students, both heading off to different countries and coming from different countries to DCU?
I suppose this is a similar question to the question I was asked last year with regard to PMEs. There's going to be thousands of people, not thousands, a lot of people coming down and changing places, and making sure that they're integrated and engaged is obviously very important. With regard to Erasmus, we have an Erasmus building there on St. Pat's, and I've been for the last 2 years coming in and out to them, just making sure that they're okay. As with regard, as I mentioned, to the PMEs, there's similarities there, because if they have an interest, you approach that interest. You say, hey, what's your interest? What are you interested in? And you use that interest to gather them Erasmus people together. Maybe even some clubs and societies. They might be interested in the clubs and societies. If I'm not there to tell them that, who is going to be there? As well as that, I suppose, building a community and making sure they don't feel isolated as a group is very important as well. So making sure they're integrated in all events and they're not maybe labelled like some people might think that they would be.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to make sure that the support services are made aware to Erasmus students, because obviously, whether they're ingoing or outgoing, they are away from home and it can be a very lonely time, but also that they feel supported by the college, so that they're kept in the loop, in the know about what's going on, so that they do still feel a part of the college community. This year, as Societies Officer, I sent out a weekly email every week informing St. Pat's of what events were taking place within clubs and socks, and I only found out about 3 weeks in that Erasmus students weren't actually getting this email because they weren't a part of the college mailing list. So I'd want to ensure that all Erasmus students are made a part of the college emailing list, or there's a separate one made, and that they're still sent on, forwarded to them. So that's it.
Don't be giving away your secrets. Okay, next question. Currently, only intern nurses get paid for placement. Other years get travel allowance, but only from DCU to partner hospitals. What will you do about this?
Well, one of the things in my manifesto is financial support, and I know the travel expenses only looked into from DCU to placement. So a big thing is making sure that the college perhaps takes in your own accommodation where you live when actually placing you, and then so they could place you hopefully closer to where you live. Or in addition to this, look into getting the college to actually focus where you live, where you're going, not just travel expenses from DCU to the hospital where you're going to.
I suppose as almost working professionals, it's a bit silly that we don't get paid for placement. Placement actually decreases your bank funds instead of increasing them, as I'm sure you're all aware. Be it resources, finance, transport that you pay to do it. I suppose getting paid for it is no easy change. I won't be making any empty promises up here saying I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, but I've had 2 years experience behind me. I know change is not easy, but put me behind it, I believe with enough driving force, anything is possible.
Any questions from the audience? Brand new full-time paid position. Any questions from the audience?
You both mentioned intra and sorting it out, especially that you don't have to take your first offer. It's obviously a really complicated system, and saying you're going to do it is one thing, but have either of you talked to Vanessa Wade or anyone in the intra office and already talked to them and discussed it at this point?
Excellent. So the intra system is quite complicated. You're both suggesting reforms. Who have you talked to about your ideas on fixing the system?
Look, when I approached all the DCU students as a PATH student over the past few weeks, the first thing I heard was intra. The second I said ed and placement, immediately facial expressions changed, and they were getting on to me about issues they have about intra. Look, I'm not saying to you that I can stand up here, I will do this, I will do that. I've never said the word will. I said with enough driving force behind it, I will be able to push for these changes. And if elected, next week I will start implementing and tackling these, because I believe if I start next September, absolutely nothing will be done. I've spoken to Aher Abbas about it, got her opinions on it, and maybe over 100 other people's opinions on what they would like implemented. Again, I repeat, I'm not saying that I'll be able to get loads of stuff done. I'm saying that I will start next week and do my absolute best. Thank you.
I haven't actually spoken to Vanessa in the intra office, but I have spoken with one of the business lectures about it that I can't remember now, but they were saying that to review the allocation process system, even to look into a swap system whereby if you know somebody who would like the position that you've got and then you're willing to change, that you could actually swap, because that wouldn't cause too much hassle for the staff and department themselves, and you're still happier with the different place that you're getting.
Any other questions, or I'll start making them up? Quite.
How do you plan on incorporating the Irish language into your role?
How do you plan on incorporating the Irish language into your role? Stephen?
This is actually also in my manifesto. I want to promote the Rangan na Gaeilge in Cumann Gaeilge for students who are applying to postgraduate courses whereby the interview process is through Irish, or for students who are studying Irish and just need actual academic support, because it's often just assumed that when you're doing primary teaching or another course that you're fluent in Irish, and often that isn't the case. And as well, just to promote the Rangan na Gaeilge for people who simply want to learn the language. In addition to that, then, I also have a manifesto to make all resources available as Gaeilge for students who are placed in Gaeilge Scoilna, because currently you have to reflect as Gaeilge if you are in a Gaeilge Scoilna, but yet all the templates are in English. So really it makes no sense. So that's how.
Rinne me on Kilty and course at Van na Gaeilge. I did the first year of my course through Irish. I chose to do it. I was pretty scared the first time I put myself forward to do it. Came into his class with 40 students. Maybe 39 of those students were from Donegal. Perfect Irish. Couldn't understand a word they were saying. Look, I absolutely love the Irish language. As I've been on the student union for the past 2 years, I've seen the absolute incredible work they've put in Cumann na Gaeilge and St. Pat's, with Claude Yeley, our Irish officer, and Aher Carroll, who's putting in great work this year. I've already been in touch with them as to how we're going to promote it. Of course, my category to try and promote Irish as the educational and placement officer. How would I do it? First of all, down in St. Pat's, we have this Seomra Cadrum, where you get free tea and coffee if you speak Irish. It's an excellent idea, but for the past 50 years, a lot of students are just coming in there and maybe using it for its resources rather than the purpose that it was put in place for. As a result, I would like to change and reform the Cumann Gaeilge in Pat's and make sure that between the two campuses, Cumann Gaeilge does not get lost. Thanks very much.
Noah, Kershaw?
So, as currently stands for English students, if you fail any of your exams, completely locked out from more until you pass or repeat. August, so which leaves you basically 2 weeks to secure placement. It's always a rush and people never get what they want. How will you be able to deal with that vast amount of people, considering a lot of second year business students do fail modules? Like that can nearly become a full-time job itself. So how will you be able to adequately cater to all those needs while doing the other side of the role?
So how are you going to address intra students or students being locked out of intra if they fail their summer exams, and as this might be a huge amount of work, how are you going to balance it? Oh, I apologise. Sorry, from a university that wasn't semesterized. Okay, so they're locked out of the portal if they don't pass Christmas exams. What are you going to do to help them find placements in more than a 2 week time? And as this is a big part of work, how are you going to balance it with the other duties of the role? And we're starting with Manus.
Good question. First of all, my office hours wouldn't determine when I begin and finish work. My door will, metaphorically speaking, always be open. If you knew me from St. Pat's over the past 2 years, you'd know that my door, as entertainment officer and daytime activities officer, I was always helping other people, branching beyond what I needed to do, just because I love helping students. If you tell me that you're going to email me next year, and I see the email, although maybe I might have 100 of you, there's no way I'm going to ignore that email after me standing up here in front of you all and saying that I'll be there for you next year. I promise that if I get an email, no matter when it is, if anyone gets on to me, I'll make it my priority. There's nothing else I can say here right now, then it's going to be my business. I'll do my absolute best for you.
Yeah, similarly, I have about supporting students who have to repeat, and obviously that is a big issue. I don't exactly know why they have to be logged out of the portal, so I'd try, first of all, talk with the department staff and see is there any way around that, and secondly, when the intra-portal system, to have as many jobs as possible actually put up from the get-go, as opposed to you kind of, because as it is, people might wait 2 weeks not knowing whether to apply for a job or not, and then so if they're released at the beginning, or at least if you know that they're coming up, you can wait kind of in confidence rather than waiting around. So I tried to support them as much as I could with the problem.
Look, any more questions? Oh, look, you've loads now. We're going to go to Louise and then James. So the question is, lots of students on placement don't get paid. So some employers who take students on placement don't pay them. What are you going to do to address this as students can't actually survive without money?
Well, obviously, I can't go to the employers themselves to do anything about it, but I could look into the college trying to support the students who aren't going to be paid on their placement, because it is similar to science students who have intra in their third year. Some will get paid, some won't get paid, and the ones that don't get paid, perhaps we can look into just simple things such as travel expenses, or even help towards accommodation, anything like that. I don't know exactly what I could do about it, but it would be something I could look into and try my best for those students.
Look, as I said, I know I keep repeating it, change doesn't come easy, but me alone up there, as I'm not going to be able to do loads and loads on my own, so you're calling me out now, I'm going to call you back out next year for your help. With the issues that you've raised with me, don't leave me here on my own next year. I'm going to be calling back out from the students. And a survey I just did last semester, I am meeting with the placement head in St. Pat's at 1 p.m. because he loved the results and he believed that it immediately surfaced any problems with it. Look, I would love your help next year with these issues. Again, I need every student to back it, because if you have 15,000 students pushing something, you have a chance of getting it. If you have just me nagging at the top people without you, I need you together with me, and together we will get stuff done, I promise.
James, nice and loud now.
It's 4 o'clock on a Friday evening, and you receive a phone call off a student claiming they are being bullied on their placement. What's your first reaction?
Claiming they're being bullied on placement. It's 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. You've been contacted by a student on placement who is being bullied. What's your first course of action or your first reaction?
I suppose as a teacher I should know a small bit about bullying in the classroom. Look, first of all, I have to step back from it. I have to completely make sure that I'm not attached to it in any emotional way, because if I am, I'm absolutely no use to that student. I have to immediately take protocols and contact the necessary people above me to let this is a big issue. It's not something that I'm just going to maybe reply the next day about. It's something I need to deal with immediately, and it's also something I'd have to get in touch with the head office, head placement office, and bring them involved with it too. I'm going to protect the student, particular student that rang me, as much as I possibly can with regard to confidentiality and how it pans out with that student over the course of the rest of the placement. You really don't want any more negative things to happen to that student, and ideally we would intervene and make it work rather than taking that student and having to put them under pressure of moving them again.
Well, with that student in particular, I try to meet up with them as soon as possible, hear the full story, and then talk to whoever kind of is involved with the situation to find it out. But I do know from actually talking with nurses that bullying in the workplace is one of the bigger issues for student nurses, by either kind of more senior nurses in the workplace or kind of final year students who are obviously very stressed and sometimes might take it out on the younger students. So I think to build or promote awareness of this issue and kind of campaign against bullying in the workplace in general for all these students who are going on placement.
I'm going to take one more question if there is one. Luke.
Yeah, I'm studying enterprise computing and we're in engineering, and
type degree as well. When we applied for Intra this year, we were completely streamlined just to get computer science jobs, but no business type of job. Is there anything that can be done? And I'm sure that's happened to other courses as well that are across a few different types of subjects and such. So is there anything that can be done to streamline that we actually have the opportunity to get other types of jobs as well?
What can you do for people on the interest system who are not getting placement offers for things directly relevant to their course?
Yeah.
Again, I don't know exactly.
I came in late, sorry, I didn't know that you hadn't said something before.
We've had loads on intro, but
So
not really
much
that
intro.
question. No, it's a unique question, I think.
Can I hear one more time, sorry?
The question? Yeah. So basically, just in my course as a whole, we were just streamlined to one form of type of job when we are cross-bordered with various different types of subjects. So is there anything that could be done and work on that?
I don't exactly know if there is anything that can be done, but I would obviously look into it to make sure that something perhaps could be done. The big thing I did say that I want to do with Intra is that fixing the Intra portal, the whole layout of it, that first of all that you don't have to click into everyone to see when the date for you need to apply. You should kind of see the date there, and then that wastes hours of people's time. And then in terms of streamline, hopefully that they can actually more be available to you rather than just the specific ones for computing and interpreters. I can't remember what
I suppose if there's one thing I've learned from the last 2 weeks is that Intra is definitely everyone's best friend up in DCU. Look, what can I do for you with regard to that? I suppose your course, you're being streamlined because you're in computing and engineering, and you're being stuck between two faculties as a result, and you're not being placed. You're being streamlined to computer and engineering placement. I suppose what can I do about that? Look, I have to put a driving force behind it. As I said, 7 days from now, if elected, there is so many problems with Intra. Unless I deal with them next week, there's no point in electing me. So I promise you, I'll deal with them next week. I'll approach you, I'll ask you the 4 main problems, as well as everyone else. I'll write them down, because I need to know what the students want. Because there's no point in me going, I'll do this with Intra, I'll do that with Intra. I need to know what you want with Intra, and I will make sure I do my absolute best to do it. Thanks very much.
Okay, as we're tight on time, we're not going to have summations for the remaining positions, but there is another Hustings on Monday. They're also available on every probably social media platform that exists. So big bull boss for our candidates for education placement. I'm getting loads of Irish done today. Next up is VP Welfare and Equality. And I have Cody, Shane and Alison if they're around, please. I can only see Cody and Alison. I see Shane. Okie doke, so if you are staying, please come in, sit down, up the front, it'd be great. If not, bye. Welfare and Equality candidates, we are going to start with openings, and they're going to go in the order of Alison, then Shane, then Cody. If you have questions, question table is over here in the corner, look for people in purple t-shirts. And as soon as they finish speaking, I'm not taking any more questions, but I still might take some from the floor. We're going to try and get through the rest of these as quick as possible. So, Alison, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Is this loud enough? Can you hear me there? Can you hear me there? Good, because I don't want this to get lost. We also don't have closing, so I'm going to open and close in these 2 minutes. My name is Alison Ring. I'm a 21-year-old journalism student, and I've had the best 3 years of my life in DCU. I'm running for the position of welfare and equality, not because I'm scared to leave, but because I genuinely think that I am the best person for this job. I've read the roles, I've read the responsibilities, and I know that I have the skills to fulfill this role better than anyone else. I'm not the best woman for the job, I am the only woman for the job. My aims and objectives are simple and they're achievable. I want to use what I've learned in DCU and bring it to the welfare role. Accessibility Week, that's something that it's really close to my heart. I have been working with people with intellectual disabilities my entire time in DCU through Head Start, shout out and Active. I want to bring in Accessibility Week to raise awareness of how hard it can be if you have a visual impairment, if you've a physical disability. How do you get down the steps in the venue without having to come in the back door? How do you get down the steps in CG86? It's simple things like this. I want to raise awareness. I want to work with Paralympics Ireland after the Paralympics. I want them to come in, talk with us and do workshops with us. Mental and physical health. Every year it's on manifestos. Of course it's going to be there this year, but I want to follow through on the physical side of this. Mental and physical health are so strongly linked. So let's run a physical health awareness week. We have sexual health, we have mental health, now let's do it with physical. And let's not just do boot camps and let's all go play basketball. Let's do nutrition talks. Let's educate our students. Let's put things in place so that we are creating good habits. And let's link them, okay? Your mental health is incredibly important and physical health has a really good knock-on effect on that. So I want to bring both of those together. I want to work with whoever is elected the Irish officer. I'm not a fluent Irish speaker, I will never be, but I want to work with them. They are going to have to help me on the equality side of this role and I really am passionate about doing that for them. Hello, Koch. Guys, I really want this. I want it so badly I could cry, but I'm not going to. Please vote Alison Ring #1 for welfare and equality. 5th next year.
Well done, Alison. That's very good. Hello, everyone. My name is Shane Parsons, and I'm running to be your welfare and equality officer. I'm a PAT student. I'm in my 3rd year now. I'm doing the BA course, which is a fun course, you all know, probably. Great course, had a great time down in PAT. But yeah, the last 3 years I spent in PAT were great. The community and the spirit down in PAT is brilliant and I love to come up to DCU and incorporate that into PAT. To look at my manifesto, I have a few main points. One of my main points is accommodation. The problem up around DCU and in PAT is a big one, is accommodation. And one of my solutions to that is an app called Accommodation Clarification. Basically, it's an app where students can log on, 4th year students, and they can offload their housing that they're leaving onto students in 1st year, 2nd year, and 3rd year. And it also works very good for students who are on placement. Students who are in placement in 1st year, they can offload, in the 1st semester, they can offload their house to students that are in college for the 2nd semester that were already on placement in the 1st semester. My second point is mental health. Obviously, mental health is such an important issue. I'm running for this role. A mental health awareness day, as well as a mental health and well-being week. Hope we're all right. Yeah, as well, improved welfare weeks, so make them bigger and better. As well as that, looking at sexual health is very important. We all know about STIs, we all know all that crap. So I'd like to emphasise on sexual consent. That's okay to say no. Jack Bruton. That was a joke, sorry. Yeah, but as well as that, sexual health, free condom giveaways and so on. My name is Shane Parsons and I hope you can vote for me. I'd love your #1 vote, so please vote. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Cody Byrne. I'm a 4th year psychology student. So I currently have 3 jobs. I am the Irish chairperson of the largest student-led organisation in the world. I've experienced death, I've experienced homesickness. I feel that with this job, over and above every other position, you need a personality, which these 2 definitely have, and I feel like I do as well. But you need to combat with personal experience and education. And I feel like all those 3 together make me a very good candidate for the role, if not the best male. And female, whatever. We're all great. Yeah, so with regards to my manifesto, you get a budget put to you, and it needs to be realistic, otherwise there's no purpose. So essentially, I'm going to talk to you about 3 main points. If you go onto my Facebook page, you can go through the others as well in your own time. The first one is mental health. So currently the counseling services here in DCU, they only have enough service time for 80 hours a week, and 40 additional students on average are acquiring these services each week. So it's becoming to the point where it's reaching maximum capacity. If we bring in an online peer-to-peer support system where DCU students are trained in online active listening, then they can, so basically students will be using the services, they'll be using their student number to log in. The counseling services will have access to which students are logging in continuously, which they can contact themselves individually and see what the underlying issue is. If, hopefully, the idea is that the trained student volunteers will be able to redirect them to the appropriate services. That'll save time on the counseling services who are currently at maximum capacity. Secondly, for accommodation, remove the Facebook page, put it on a website because it keeps getting pushed down. Update it update it every day and have it so that it's like people can see which are available, which aren't. Educate people on their tenant rights and what kind of questions they should be asking landlords. And then thirdly, workshops, CPR and suicide awareness training should be available for all students if they so wish. LGBT and cyberbullying for the teacher students, incorporation, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm Cody. This was a very bad speech. I'm normally better at public speaking. I would really appreciate number one vote, and if you guys want to check out my really cringy video and my Facebook page, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Flaccid Mike. Okay, there's a couple of questions that are kind of along the same line, so I'm going to read them out together. So the first questions are, how do you plan to engage first years with sex education? And with UCD and Trinity introducing consent classes for first years, what is your opinion on these and how would you introduce them if you agree with them? And the first answer is Shane.
One of my main points is the consent. To engage first years in consent, actually, this year, the Vice President and President Pat from Orient Record, during Shag Week, they brought down a consensual workshop, which just introduces consent, talks about consent and stuff to students. So what I do is I'd emphasise, promote it to first years and help them and let them go. It's in a private place. So it's very private and very easy to get engaged with. So I'd probably bring in consensual workshops if that was the case.
Okay, so the first thing about consent is that it works two ways. I feel that men have at the end of this stick here, they get kind of the hard time when it comes to this. It can work two ways. That needs to be expressed from the get-go. Additionally, when you're leaving secondary education, a lot of the time people don't get any sexual education. I got sexual education when I was in America, when I was in 5th grade, so that's 4th class for you guys. I got none in the rest of my education here in Ireland. I didn't even know, okay, I'm not gonna say that. So that needs to be brought in, because you're gonna have all these first years being exposed to these nights out, these crazy, drink-fueled events, and there's pressure to engage in sexual activity. They need to know that consent is a big issue, and so is respect. And a one-time speech at the beginning of orientation week is just simply not enough. There needs to be workshops that need to be implemented. There needs to be a casual conversation about it, because currently there's such a stigma regarding sexual health. Mental health, the stigma has been relatively significantly tackled over the last few years. Sexual health, not so much, not even a little bit, and a lot more work needs to be done on it, especially with consent. And that it's okay to explore your sexuality in a safe way. That's not, that's not self-imposing or anything like that. But that's essentially my answer to that. And consent workshops are key. Okay, that's it.
So as part of my manifesto for reforming Shag Week, I have mentioned that I want consent workshops to be there. And I think it is really important for first years, because coming into college as a first year, you don't know what's expected of you, you don't know what is not expected of you. But it's not just first years, it comes across the board, it's second and third year as well. We're all moving at different rates, we're developing at different levels, call it what you want. But consent workshops have to be there for everyone. And I know that in other colleges, I'm not sure if it's UCD or Trinity, that they're trying to make these workshops compulsory for first years. And while that's a good idea, I don't think that we could do that from the start. I think this is something we're going to be introducing kind of new. So you need to get the balance right first. You need to find a formula that works and roll it out almost as a pilot scheme. And then if that does work, replicate it and do it better. Thank you.
Next question. Cody's going to answer first. What do you plan to fix the counselling, or how do you plan to fix the counselling service in DCU?
Okay, so currently there's a myth that the counseling service has a 2-week waiting list. That's not necessarily true. It works like an A&E department, first come first, well not first come first serve. It's the most dire cases come first. But the problem with that is that if you don't express how much of a situation you're currently in, you're going to be pushed down the list. And then additionally, as I said previously, they're at maximum capacity as it already is. The online peer-to-peer support system, it's not, the be-all and end-all. We have to acknowledge that even myself, I'm going to be a psychology graduate eventually. I'm still not a qualified counselor, I'm not. But peer-to-peer support systems, if you look back in the literature, not only does it enhance social kind of inclusion, it also works in terms of like a problem-focused solution, which is really key as part of my manifesto. This online peer-to-peer support system, not only is it's going to be cheap, all you need to do is train the students and develop some sort of online platform. It's going to be effective because what happens is people are going to counseling services right now, but they might have financial worries, so why don't they go to the financial services? Or if they have like learning disabilities, they're still going to counseling services because they're just like, I need help, and that's where they associate. So this online peer-to-peer support system will help distract the flow of students attending the counseling services and relocate them to the appropriate services.
One of my points in my manifesto is mentorship programs. This is training in students at the start of the year, which will help students, say if you're struggling in your course, if you're thinking of dropping out, if you're not enjoying yourself, if you're not settling in. So I think this mentorship program, the students will see these students and the students with the problems of depression and so on can go to the counsellor, so it'll speed up the service a lot more, where they have students helping out the students who are struggling with problems and so on. So the mentorship programs would be a very good idea. So you'd be training around 50 students or so they can help out other students, and as well that make friendships too, so a happier community makes it all better.
So with the counselling service, I suppose my job would be to make sure that students are filling out these forms honestly to assess how much they need it, so that they're not lying to themselves and being pushed further down the waiting list and being made wait longer just because they're not being honest with themselves about how their mental health actually is. As part of my manifesto for Mental Health Week, I want to implement, I think over the last 3 years, the welfare officers in DCU have done an incredible job of raising the issue of mental health, of breaking down the stigma, and now we need to put in place things that are going to help us cope with it. Okay, so it's workshops on coping, be it CBT or be it coping because your friend is coming to you saying, I have a mental health issue, and you don't know how to deal with that because you're not trained. So I think it's small things like that. With the actual counselling service, if they're backed up, I don't know what I can do personally to fix that problem in the counselling service, but all I can do is make sure that the students are putting themselves in the best position to get counselling and have other resources outside of the counselling service to cope with mental health issues.
Okay, any questions from the audience? I see one I will take. Oh, of course. Donal.
So this welfare officer will be responsible for 2 campuses this year, not just DCU. So that means that the local position will both campuses. That means welfare queries for both campuses have to here. So how you can manage that role, how you can ensure that you can be based in both places at once and as much as possible. How do you make sure accommodation there, the same here, welfare there, questions coming to here, there, how you can manage that, how do you think you'll find that role?
Excellent. So the question is, how are you going to manage being welfare officer for 2 campuses and all of the responsibilities that come within that? And the first person is Shane.
Yeah, well, it's actually not just 2 campuses, as well as Mater Day, as well as Church of Ireland and stuff like that, so it's a lot more there. But yeah, it is going to be very tough, but I know that this role is situated in DCU itself, and I wouldn't mind if I was elected, I wouldn't mind maybe 2 days in, or maybe a day in one place, 2 days you have to be 3 days in DCU, maybe day in Pats, day in Aher, day. Do you know, just to send yourself around the place, because you can't really solve problems from here, because I know, like if I was at home and like I was in college in my course, like I don't have many hours, so I'd be at home sometimes. I can't really do much, you know, so it's hard. I think, yeah, you should be situated down in Pats more as well as DCU, maybe an office time down in Pats as well as DCU's.
So I think there's 2 ways to tackle that issue. So the first one would be use your faculty reps. So you have to use them, there's 5 faculties, use them as a focal point to get into each faculty. And the second thing I think we need to do as an SU in general is get out of our offices. So why not move to the science building for a week and work from there? What do I need? My phone or my laptop? Do it like that. Make sure you're on the ground. What if I swap offices with one of the SBATs based on PATS for a week and go down there and try and work from there? I think if we become more mobile and actually go to our students, instead of waiting for them to come up to the SU to us, that could really, really work. And it hasn't been done before, and I know that there will be other things about it, but I don't see why not. Why can't I, instead of just setting up a table and handing out things during exam time outside the library, why don't I move into the business building for a week and see what business students I can help? And that's the way I go about it.
Yeah, very good point there. It should be looked at from 2 perspectives. So the main perspective that people look at when people approach the welfare officer in the SU offices, that's a treatment model. It's short term, it's effective, but it doesn't do much in the greater scheme. So you need to look at a global level. So that's when preventative measures come in. Student blogs is what I'm hoping to bring in, where every week is a sexual and mental health week. Every week, people talk about their own personal stories and how they overcame them. It tackles the stigma, and which means that people will be more willing to talk, and then it tackles the solution. So it's problem-based, a problem-focused solution. And then additionally, as Alison says, you just need to get out of your office. You just need to make sure that you're known, people know who you are, that you're approachable, that you're reliable, that people can confide in you, and that you're able to provide solutions. So even just as something as simple, like as Shane says, go down to St. Pat's one day, Matter Day one day, you just need to be oh, thank you. Always there. You just need to be a very personable, very just outgoing, very reliable person. And as I said, you just need to make yourself out there. And waiting in your office is a treatment model, and it doesn't do much on the global level. So just get out there and be mobile. Yeah.
I'm here now. I won't be here. We want to be as well for officers. So, question.
How do you plan to get the students to engage with the resources that you provide if they feel embarrassed or sort of uncomfortable with the health issue that they have?
Excellent. So how are you going to get students to engage with the services and resources you provide, especially if they may be embarrassed or intimidated to come and talk to you? And Alison's first. Sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because there are so many things in place already that students don't actively use. And I don't think you can put it down to a marketing problem, as a lot of things have been put down to. I think it comes down to being a mobile SU, so you get on the ground, and like it's a case of, instead of just posting on Facebook, okay, we have this really cool thing and like we'd like you all to come to it, go down and talk to people, tap them on the shoulder and say, hey look Sarah, we've got this really cool workshop running for Shag Week in the venue, I think you should come down. And try and get them to come as a group, don't go individually. If you go with your friends, you're obviously going to be more comfortable doing things like that. I think it is just a case of, if you're an approachable SBAT, and I'm not saying that the SBATs aren't, because they have been brilliant, but I'm just saying that if you go down and you mobilise yourself to mobilise other people, you're going to get people to come with you, and the more enthusiastic you are, it's going to spread and breathe. So that's how I do it.
Yeah, that was a really good question. So kind of, I suppose the concept of embarrassment works on 2 levels really. Diffusion of responsibility and then anonymity. So as Alison says, going in groups, that's absolutely key. You're not going to go to a sex doctor talk by yourself and it's just you and the sex doctor. That would be like the weirdest situation. That's why you need to get groups. You need to have things like, oh, there's Subway as well. So people will go, okay, I'll go for Subway. That's a really big thing. You need to make sure that there's like a diffusion of responsibility, that when people like go in groups, that there's not just one person being singled out. So even though even one person might be benefiting from it, even if you just go as a group, you know, it's still benefiting that one person that really, really needs it, where they wouldn't have went on their own. So the concept of being mobile is really key. Anonymity, in addition, there we go. That's why the student blogs and the online peer support system is anonymous, which is really, really key because that encourages participation and cooperation and essentially progress. People aren't going to, that's why certain things, like even though the mental health hub is great, it's face-to-face and there's no confidentiality there. This ensures that there's an anonymity and confidentiality. It'll encourage support within the services and eventually, hopefully, redirecting you to the appropriate services. So that would be my answer to that.
Yeah, well, if elected, like, as in, I am a very approachable person and I want to throw myself out there. I want to be on the floor the whole time, walking around, talking to students in groups. So I talk to the wall, like, if you could talk back to me, I listen, you know. So I think, just getting myself engaged with the students, talking in amongst groups of students and stuff, telling them what's going on, how to get involved, where to go. I think that's how I go about it, instead of using, like social media and all is great, but there's nothing better than talking to someone face to face, talking to groups of people face to face, even going around canvassing there today or whatever. It's great getting to know people, you know, and when they get to know your personality, they get to know who you are, they'll find it easier to talk to you and come up to your office. So I think just throwing yourself out there is the best thing to do.
Okay, I'll take one more question. You've been here for a while, you haven't asked questions, so you can ask. Okay, so how are you going to ensure students have someone to reach out to outside of office hours? Is that kind of what you're saying? Okay. And first up is Cody.
Well, I suppose the biggest thing is by putting yourself out there. So all the spats get like a kind of work phone, and then their work phone number is essentially passed around. So basically, especially with this role, even though the concept of work-life balance is really important, urgency outweighs that every time. So basically, you just need to ensure that the students are aware that this is your phone number. I wouldn't say contact in case of emergency. It is important, of course, that I get my own break to ensure that I'm like capable the next day, that sort of thing. But absolutely, every time, 10 out of 10, the urgency aspect outweighs the work-life balance. So it would just be a matter of letting people know that this is my phone number. It's available to contact at any time, and I will do my best to reach out and support as best as I can. That would essentially be my answer to making sure that I'm available all the time. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, well, as Cody said with the work phone, you can ring it at any time. I'll be living around DCU. I'll be living around Pat somewhere if I get a house, the new app. So like, as in just a phone call away, meet up and chat. I'll be there. Like I'm going to be that person, that friendly person that's there for a chat, there for a quick get together, not quick get together, long get together, short get together, whatever get together you want. I'm there. I'll be there for you. So.
I think the two boys covered it pretty much fully there. It is about your work phone and it is about people having that number, but it's also about people not being afraid to add you on Facebook, and if you don't have your work phone on you, that they're not afraid to message you personally, which is just it's a more personal way to get to you. You're not ringing their work number, you're writing them a message and saying, hey look, can I talk to you, even if it is just over Messenger or something like that. I think it's really important as well to utilise the system that is in place in DCU with the likes of the class reps and then the conveners, because you might know me personally, but you might know your class rep really well. And it's to make you feel comfortable enough to be like, okay, I don't really feel that connected to the welfare officer. Do you know what? I'm going to reach out to my class rep, who can then get onto the convener, who can then get onto the welfare officer, and use that kind of channel. And we're really lucky to have such a good class rep system here that I really think that will be possible.
Okay, and that is it for the VP Welfare and Equality candidates. We'll have boss for all of them. And next up is Engagement and Development candidates. And if anyone knows how to turn off the air conditioning, it's freezing up here.
sorry.
Mark, you got any jellies? Alex, can I have some? I'll vote for Alex. Jellies? Thank you.
There you go. Go on. I'm actually going to cover this one because I covered the other one before and I'm interested, so
Yeah, cool.
why not?
Cool.
I know it.
We'll take a picture.
That's good.
See you later. I don't want to stop. I was going to say more before,
My phone's dead. Text my dead phone, no, it's dead. Oh. I always send a picture of us these days, aren't you? Sorry to change me. Yeah.
Kev, this is for my portfolio.
iStream.
No.
Oh, sorry. What?
What are you doing?
Hey, it's Steve. Thanks, me. Oh, yeah. I'll sing. Because I don't have any other ID. I close my eyes and the dead tree.
You getting a picture of getting along, yeah?
This is on my portfolio.
You gotta be in the moment, you know.
That's my song.
Hey, interview me. Raj from HG, she said
He's the college you're in whatever. He interviewed me for an assignment. And on the road, she was really good. You finally got the ball upstairs, huh? Polish, huh? Yeah, so I go. Fake. You take a picture, join to that station and it might be there. Turn around. Turn around. Just take a picture of my phone instead.
No, I get it. Okay, thank you for the brief recess. We are moving on to engagement and development vice president candidates. Once again, you're all very far away. Nobody wants to move up a bit? Okay. I'm going to start closing off the back rows next time I'm chairing one of these. Okay, so we've got 5 candidates. We're going to start off with 2 minute introductions from each of them. The before we go into questions can come through my good friend Aaron down here. I'm going to go in reverse order to how we did so on Tuesday. So we're starting, I'm sorry, Olaf is just really cute. Starting off with Nisha, then Keith, then Emer, then Stephen, then Jack. So Nisha, you have 2 minutes.
What's the crack, lads? I've been making that joke in every class address I've done so far. It's killed me every time, but I have to make it. Just media, PR things, you know. It's not even funny when I make it. Anyway, I'm Nisha McHugh, and I thought I'd take a moment to explain the role of engagement and development, because it's a new position, and yeah, no one really knows what it does so far. So, as I understand it, the engagement and development officer is a facilitator for everything extracurricular going on in the college. Clubs and societies, volunteering activities, career development. What's the other one? Class rep council, the big one. That was an embarrassing mistake. Yeah, so engagement, to my mind, is communication. It means making sure that everyone's aware of what's going on in the college, getting everyone as involved as they're willing and able to be. And development means training. It means making sure that everyone has the skill set required for their position and creating opportunities for students to develop their own skill sets. So to that end, I want to bring in time management workshops for students, both as part of orientation for freshers and throughout the year for all students. I really feel like this will give more students the opportunity to get involved with extracurricular life in the college. And I'll also make sure that there are time management resources and scheduling apps available from the SU, very easily accessible. The Clubs and Societies Fair at the start of every year, it's one of the biggest events on the college. I want to make it bigger. I want it to be a week long, and I want it happening on all campuses to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity to find out just how diverse the Clubs and Society life in the college is. Thank you. I want to change the way in which Clubs and Society committee members are trained. The OSL Programme of Development, I want to replace it with a weekend away, which is more focused around workshops, more fun. It would encourage Clubs and Society committee members to get to know each other and forge bonds between clubs and societies. A little bit about me. I was a class rep in my first year, nominated class rep for the School of Communications. I've been on 5 different Clubs and Society committees. I'm Nisha McHugh. I'm not ducking around. Vote for me. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Keith. I'm 22 years old and I'm a 4th year Bachelor of Education student. Engagement for me is all about inclusion, and inclusion is something we've done an awful lot in my teacher training over the course of the last 4 years. So you're trying to include every child in every lesson, regardless of interests or physical disabilities or learning disabilities or anything like that. So I see the job of Engagement Development Officer as that same job, just on a much, much bigger level. And I feel like I have enough experience in 4 years to be able to do it next year. Not for 30 kids in the classroom, but for 15 to 16,000 students in DCU. The job description is quite short, but I think it's very broad, so I made my manifesto suitably broad. I don't want to limit what impact I can have next year. The first thing I'll be doing if elected is putting out an engagement survey. I want to find out from the students what they think about their own engagement in college life this year. I'll be doing that in May if elected. I'll be doing that again in September and maybe twice throughout the following year, because I want to know if I'm doing my job properly. And I want to know by following May whether there's been an improvement or not. Another thing I'll be doing in September if elected is developing the bike rental scheme, the intercampus one that's already in place for staff but not there for students. So if it's there for staff, I don't see why we can't push and get it for the students next year so they can travel with ease from St. Patrick's campus to DCU to Glasnevin campus to All Hallows. Another bit of the job description is about the development and the training of the membership. So it's obvious you come to college for a degree and that's what you leave with. But I want to give opportunities for the students to develop holistically and not just academically. So an example of that would be offering peer listening courses to the students so they can learn how to speak to their friends who have mental health problems. Finally, I just want to say, if you like what I have said, or if you've met me around the place, please do vote for me. If you're not sure, take your time, because you can vote any day up until Wednesday. Please approach me. I'll be around as much as I can, and contact me on Facebook or whatever you want. Thanks for listening. Vote Keith for engagement.
Hello guys, so my name's Emer and I'm a final year student in St. Pat's studying humanities. Just a brief thing about myself, I have been involved in both societies here and in St. Pat's. I was a chair on a society down in St. Pat's, and I've also been involved heavily in DCU Music Society, and I'm currently producer of Gaeilge, which will be on the Helix on Monday. So throughout my time in DCU and St. Pat's, I've made wonderful friends and made wonderful memories. And that's why I feel that I have a lot to give back. I have so many wonderful ideas that I really want to share with you all and try and get everyone as involved as I have been and enjoy their college times just as much as I have. And that is why I'm running to be your first ever Vice President for Engagement and Development. So the new incorporation with DCU affects thousands of students across both campuses. I want to work with the Office of Student Life and with the SU to make sure that all the students realise that there is so many facilities that they can utilise and so many support services available. It's important also that, especially in this role, that each student has representation. So I want to work with the class rep system by getting sufficient training with help from the USI, and I want to add to their training and support the new class reps that will come in now next year, and as well support the St. Pat's reps that aren't just on the same level as the DCU. It is a big difference, the system is different. So I want to help that. I'm not sure if a lot of you have heard about the uni module. If you're here in DCU, you probably have, but if you're in St. Pat's, you haven't. I personally haven't, and I've been so involved in societies that I feel it would have helped me over my time. So basically, it's an accreditation that you get marks, you get module. Oh God, okay, you get marks for being involved in extracurricular things. So I want to help get that set up, as well as the open badge system that Kim has been working on. DCU is Ireland's largest university-based access programme and has wonderful things such as peer mentoring systems, extra tuition classes so that I would work along with the academic affairs officer. So basically I have loads of stuff I want to talk about, but please check out my manifesto on my Facebook page, and I want to get everyone involved in clubs and societies as well as volunteering. Please vote for me.
Hi everyone, I'm Stephen. Hope you're having fun. Basically I'm here, I'm trying to represent an SU that's more about engaging with people. I want to develop an SU where we come to the people don't have to go to the closed doors. And I mean, we wasted enough of your time talking all day. I'm not sure who's even listening by this point. I'm very hungry, I don't want to talk a whole load. I have a great manifesto, I hope you see it, and I really want to talk to everybody personally. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Jack Bruton and I am currently a third year student in St. Patrick's College. I'm running for the role of VP for Engagement and Development. Why did I decide to run for this role? After almost 3 years in college, I know how important it is to have an approachable and friendly face during your college years. Someone who has experienced exactly what you are discovering each day. This is why I am so passionate about getting this role. I believe that it is hugely important to complement your academic pursuits with personal development, and I will ensure that you have a full range of entertainment and social events so that you can get the best from your student body. What I promise to deliver, if elected, are the following: bigger and better SU events, the retention of certain PATS events, and an introduction of a DCU Rag Week, an ends committee where the students can have their say on the happenings in both campuses, daytime activities which are commuter friendly, and the aim is in participation. Participation is something which I am hugely passionate about because I want to reach out and make sure that I involve each and every student. Class, and of course the engagement and promotion of class representative councils. I will promise to hold 2 training trip events, one for each semester, so that this powerful body, so that this powerful body, can show how they have a great method of learning and sharing. So my name's Jack Bruton. Give me vote hall, Iverhain, Moshe Holly.
Okay, questions are closed now if you haven't sent them in written ones, but I'll take 1 or 2 from the floor. So question number 1, and Keith is answering first. What are you going to do to encourage those on placement to come back to campus and engage in life on campus?
It's quite difficult. So I was on placement myself for quite a number of weeks. You could be out for 10 weeks. There was a full semester where we were gone. And at the moment, all of my year is actually gone. So my numbers of supporters are kind of dwindled at the moment. You have to incentivize something for them to actually come back to us. So really, I suppose it's nights out, social events that people would come back to. If you're on placement, you're either going to go and look for support, or you're going to look to come back and have a bit of crack. Basically, you're kind of at home, especially if you're, say if you're from Mayo or whatever, if you're 3 or 4 hours away from Dublin, you're not going to be going up for no reason. So you have to put on some sort of event that they would have an interest in going to. Or of course, the other alternative would be to offer them support. So whether that be with placement or whether it be with mental health services that people might struggle with when they're on placement as well.
That's a very good question. So basically, through my manifesto, I did mention the uni module a good bit. I know everyone mentions it every year, but I think that it would be great for people such as nurses. They're out on placement, and the uni module doesn't exist for them. So I think like if they came to an event that was late at night, they were getting marks for that. They would come in. That's an incentive to come in. As well as that, you do need to organise events for them during the evenings. If they're involved in clubs and societies, you have to gear that towards their passion. If they're involved in music, if they like music, they'll do music. If they're involved in drama, they'll come back and do it. If that's what they want to do, it's the same for sports. You just need to make it available to them and make sure that the times suit everyone, not just the people who are based here on campus. I know even for mature students, it's difficult for them if they have families coming in late at night. It might suit them a little bit better. You just need to try and make things available for everyone and make it all on an even par.
Stephen.
Hey, okay, so yeah, placement's kind of a hard one to get to exactly. I know a lot of people on placement and they find it very tough to actually come into college and do anything like that. So again, it is very much about socialising. I'm hoping for class reps to have a mandatory organising of class nights out. But then apart from the whole socialising side, there's also the engagement development. It's far more involved in the workshops and things like that. So there's CV workshops. There's one that I'm really involved in is the mindfulness workshop. So I'm trying to bring these sort of things to the people rather than having the actual workshops. I don't see why we can't have things available online. I've been in contact with the leading mindfulness app at the moment for the world. It's called Headspace. They've offered half price for all DCU students if I get elected. So it's just things like that, you know. It's easy to do. It's just bringing it to them.
Yeah, I think this is very important because there are students that are gone away for the whole of the semester. They're back. They've missed out. They don't know what to expect. That's why every opportunity I get, I want to have events organised for these students so that they can engage with the other students that weren't away. Events such as bring your own beer events in DCU, PATS. We all have to get to know each other. It's all about student involvement in this role of engagement and development. So I want to create as many events I can possible for these students. Thanks.
Work with the education and placement officer is the most obvious thing I can think of. One of the candidates for it, I think it was Stephen Rickson, but I'm not entirely sure, was talking about having specific events geared towards people on placements. So I would make sure that those are happening first of all, and then I'd make sure that while those are happening, events which are happening back here at the college on all campuses are being promoted, just to make sure that people on placement know what's going on. I think that's the extent of my ideas at the moment, but I can certainly see that this is an area that needs thought.
Thank you very much. Next question. The SU president has put a lot of work into projects this year. Will you be continuing on any of these next year, and how? And the first person is Emer.
So this is actually something that I really focused on in my manifesto, so thanks for whoever put in that question. And basically, Kim has been working tirelessly on the open badge system, which is actually an accreditation which would have a virtual badge for if you're involved in class rep systems or that you're a faculty rep. So basically, all your hard work and your dedication to the class reps and to your own faculty would be recognised by DCU, and you can then post that badge on your LinkedIn. So I think that that's so important, and that would be one of my main things that I would focus on, that the SU have dealt with this year, that I would like to carry on.
I'm not entirely sure about these projects, to be honest. Maybe they haven't reached me. I don't know a whole lot about them. So I suppose I'd promote them. I mean, that's as much as I can say. I don't know what they are. These projects, whatever projects are.
Yeah, I'd say the same. Well, not entirely the same, but promotion of these is huge through social media, Facebook, Twitter. Like I want to be out there as much as I can to be seen by the people, and I want to make sure that I promote and engage with this role. So I'd continue on from those projects as well.
Apart from the open badge system, which Emer's brought up, the only project of Kim's that I know of is the yo-yo wallet system, which, when I say I know it, I don't know a whole lot about it. As far as I can tell, it looks quite interesting. I haven't used it personally, but people seem rather fond of it. So I'd push that. In terms of other things I don't know about, I have the utmost respect for Kim herself, and she's done a fantastic job as president. So absolutely, things she's been working on, I can see myself pushing forward.
To be absolutely honest, I'm not that familiar with Kim's work. Coming from St. Patrick's campus, we wouldn't have an awful lot of, I don't know, the communication wasn't really there, so I don't actually know what projects she's been running up here. But one thing I can say is I've kind of keenly looked at the St. Patrick's president and vice president for the last 3 years, and you're always kind of making observations about them, what one person is doing well or what they're not doing well. I'd be hoping to take the positive aspects of even Rory and Racker that are in place this year, the positive aspects of their personality, like their approachability and their organisation and their communication. I'd be picking out those three straight away and saying, well, there are 3 things that I want to develop on myself to work on next year. And of course, if there's any projects like that as well that I think deserve to be kept on, 100% I'll back them.
Thank you. Before I go to questions from the floor, just a tip, if you don't know what the SU are doing, ask them. Questions from the floor, I'll take 2.
Thank you. I've been chair of DCU here the past year and a half. For second semester, for both years from last year and this year, attendance has plummeted. So what are you going to do to encourage us to come back? Like, we've tried a few different things, but it's not working. So what are your ideas to bring back attendance?
Okay, so what are your ideas to improve attendance at Class Rep Council? And Stephen is answering first.
Yeah, I mean, class reps is such a big part of the engagement development role. I want to be really involved with class reps. And I mean, there's obviously a reason why people aren't going to classes. I know you've been trying things, but have you, like, I mean, what are the problems that people have been having? Why aren't they going to it? Is it a lack of entertainment? And personally, the first time I sat in it was the last one, and I mean, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. There was a lot of jargon, there wasn't a social scene, you know, it wasn't something to be enjoyed, felt like work. And it doesn't have to be like that. I mean, class rep should be something to be proud of. They should be trained, they should know what they're talking about, and they should absolutely have something to look forward to, like at the CRCs. That's what I'd say anyway. And I'd ask the people, I'd ask the class reps, what are the problems, and I'd work on that.
Yeah, the engagement and promotion of the class representative councils is something which is very important to me. I know it's something that's just simple, but from the outset I want to make sure that they have their own hoodies, that it's clearly seen that class reps have a say on what is happening, have an output, or like an input on what is happening in the student agenda. I promise to organise 2 training trips, 1 for each semester, so that it is shown like they know what to do, they have an enjoyable time. It can be seen that they're approachable around both campuses. So like if they have an incentive to go, then they'll go, hopefully. Right, thanks.
One of the things on my manifesto is a sort of informal coffee morning specifically for class reps. I want this primarily because it gets class reps meeting in an informal sense where they can, you know, discuss things they feel are problems, discuss solutions to them, etc. I feel like attendance is always going to be a problem. When I was a class rep, we routinely struggled to maintain quorum. The two class rep councils I've been at this year, they were both very well attended, but apparently that's not a regular thing. From talking to you, Katie, the sense I got was that you need to be, or the engagement development officer needs to be harsher on class reps. So I'm obviously reluctant to go right out and say I will make it absolutely mandatory to attend class rep councils, but that's something I'd look at. If I can see it being viable and effective, then that's what I'll do.
To deal with that issue, I would, so one suggestion I would have for my very first one, the last day that I did enjoy, I think it could be a bit shorter. I know that was one of the motions that was put forward, and I was kind of listening, I was like, yeah, I'd back that. As well as that, I'd give the class reps an actual more incentive to go, because they are doing good work there. It's not like they're getting paid for it or anything, so there should be, as Nisha said, some sort of social setting. So even if, they went to a class rep meeting one night, the following day they could have jump zone paid for them or something like that. Something very simple, but just to get them meeting outside of the usual setting like that, because they are putting in their own time for no pay or anything like that. And the last one I would say is, if somebody is continuously poor, has continuously poor attendance, I just go straight to the other class rep, or go to, I just get a new class rep put in, because that class deserves to have representation at those meetings. So, you have the rule put in place that however many times you've missed, then you'd be gone after that. Thanks.
From actually looking into this myself and being a class rep myself, I do understand the difficulties in this. So basically, I know that in DCU there is a lot of stick about how long they are, and the motion was put forward the other day. I know that is up to the chair at the time, and a lot of that has to be dealt with. Also, another issue is by the constitution that you can miss up to 4 of them without giving a reason. So I would like to run a referendum to change that you can miss 2, because it's not fair if there's only going to be 2 per semester or 3 per semester. You can't miss all 3 of them. That's not representing your class. The whole point of being a class rep is to represent. I would also like to put forward the social side of it. The jump zone idea is brilliant. Having just little gatherings, as well as in my manifesto, I have mentioned having leadership workshops at least once or twice every semester to help with classrooms.
I'll take one more question from the floor. I can't hear you at all. Excellent question. So starting with Jack. What are you going to do to make class reps cover their responsibilities as well as just turning up to class rep council?
Sorry for jumping up there too quickly. I actually hadn't a plan. But no, I think the engagement and development role is hugely important, and they have to be shown. The training trips are huge. People have to know exactly what they're going to do, and that's why getting this role is it's the first person. This is the first time this role is there, and whoever gets it first is going to shape how that role is going to be for the next how many amount of years it's going to be there for. So I think it's hugely important to have training trip events to show the class reps exactly how they're supposed to deal with this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Again, with the getting class reps to meet in an informal sense, it gets them talking about the problems that they feel are going on. So that's one thing I feel is important. The other thing I think is quite important is making sure there's a very clear process for complaining about your class rep. So I'd say first going to the faculty rep, talk to them, and then I'd say straight up to either the chair of the CRC or the engagement and development officer would be the next step. What I've gotten from it is that it's a very important part of the class rep's duties is to relay information back to students from the class rep council. So I think that that needs to be a big part of training, is making sure the class reps understand that their job doesn't end once they've, attended the class rep council. They have to actually talk to their class. That's my thoughts on the subject anyway.
Thank you. Keith.
In addition to getting class reps to turn up to council, how are you going to make them do their job?
Yeah, okay, sorry. Straight away, it'd be a question that I put into my engagement survey that I'd be planning on putting out there. I would say, do you think your class rep has had an influence on your engagement in college life? Is there a connection there? Because you can find out straight away if the class rep is doing their job or not. A way to make it easier for them to do their job, I try and streamline everything, maybe with, you could have a WhatsApp group just with all the class reps, and then they can have ones with their own individual class. So if there's a message that the engagement and development officer wants to relay to the entire student body, they put it into that WhatsApp first, and then they all get the messages forwarded on into their own one as well. I think that could make their job a little bit easier. But you're right, it's an important question, and we'll have to do something about it.
Yeah, that again is another major issue. Basically, a student is not going to go to their class rep and complain about their class rep. So you need to ensure, as engagement and development vice president, you would need to ensure that you are down on the floor and that you are making sure that all these jobs are done. You would have to work extremely closely with the faculty reps to make sure that you are making sure that is your main role, is to make sure that every voice on the campus is heard. I am aware that the engagement survey is brilliant, but I do know that the volunteering club have their own surveys, and I'm sure that the clubs and SOCs do have their own surveys on engagement. So I would feel that you need to run a survey for classes, directed at classes, that they fill out for their class. Do I feel that my class rep is doing a sufficient job, and do I feel that this needs to be addressed? Therefore then that Vice President for Engagement and Development can go straight down and analyse what needs to be done to help benefit that.
And Stephen.
Look, class reps aren't going to do their job unless they want to be a class rep. I think it's all about making being a class rep enjoyable, and I think that it's about the class reps being something to look forward to, for them to be trained properly. If a class rep doesn't know what they're doing, they're not going to do it right. And the training this year, I think there was the one weekend away. I don't see why there's plenty of weekends away, why they're not being trained sufficiently, why it's not something that everybody wants to be going for, because as far as I know, the turnout for class rep after first year is so minimal. It's obviously not what people thought it would be, and so we need to find out what they want it to be.
Thank you. And so the final question, and again, you don't have summations, so use the answer as wisely as you'd like. How do you propose to expose students in intensive programs to the SU/social life in DCU? And we are starting off with Misha.
This is actually one of the first points on my manifesto, is getting students in very intense courses, which I've always felt is a big problem with colleges. Students in the intense courses, they don't get to take part in what's going on. So I want time management workshops, again, during orientation and throughout the year, so that people are able to make time to make sure that they're able to make time to get involved. The second problem with that is making sure that they know what's going on. To that end, I think the biggest thing to do is to push the SU media outlets, whether Facebook or Twitter or any other social network, and then finally I would make sure that events are being posted and just talked about in all faculty buildings, on all campuses, rather than just here in the hub.
I'm tired, I'm sorry.
How do you propose to expose students in intensive programs to the SU/social life in DCU?
Thanks, Scott. For me, I think the daytime fun activities, they've kind of been already covered, and so have the social nighttime activities, they're definitely covered. What those people in intensive courses want is just an hour of something fun in the evening that they can do, and there's a definite gap in the market there. I don't know what there is in existence already, but something like a fun run, something like going to jump zone for an hour, hitting them with evening activities there. If they come home from a long day of work or a long day and they have to start studying again in the evening, you want to give them an enjoyable hour there in the evening where they'll be able to make the most of it, because they won't be able to go out and sleep in the following day, or they won't be able to take a full day off work to involve themselves in daytime activities. So something like campus barbecues, going to Jumpstone, or fun runs is something that I'd suggest.
That is a really tough question. Basically, daytime activities, as Keith said there, daytime activities and nighttime activities have really been covered, but you just need to make people aware. People will get involved if they're passionate about something. That's what I really believe. No matter, I know myself, coming from St. Pat's, I always travel up to DCU 3 times a week to go to what I believe is something I really enjoy doing. So I feel that it's just about time management as well. If I'm elected, I feel, Nisha, that is a brilliant idea. It's all about getting people involved. Matures, international students, it affects everyone. Everyone should be able to get involved. And it's hard when you are balancing a really tough, intense course, but you just have to try and work around it, and I would try and get as much help with that one as I can. It's a terrible answer, but yeah, that's basically it. Please vote for me.
I'd like to announce that I am going to create a nap room for students so that if they've had a hard day, they can nap. Yeah, that doesn't need any more explaining. I think I'll just ruin it. Thanks.
This is something I'm very passionate about. You have to complement your academic pursuits with personal development, and that's why I want to have a full range of events and social events ready for people. I want, as Keith said, outside barbecue, like an outdoor cinema session, something where you can relax, have an hour or 2 off, and just something to have free time. Thanks.
Excellent. Well done to all of our candidates. Big round of applause. Last, but certainly not least, my favourite position, because I'm not biased. I was once an education officer. Academic affairs. So can I have James and James, pretty please? Okie doke, last one of the day. Anyone need to stretch, or you're all doing okay? Yeah. So, we're going to do the same as we've done before, 2 minutes opening, and then questions. If you've got, have you any question sheets left, you do? No question sheets left? Oh yeah, empty ones left. Yeah. If you would like to write down your questions, you can do so over here. If you'd like to ask your questions, I will call on the floor. If you'd like to move closer, that would also be great. Like, just from my perspective, it's just empty here, right in front of them, the poor fellas. We're going to go in reverse order to what we did the other day. So James Nolan is going to be going first. You have 2 minutes.
Hello everyone, last one today. Hello everyone watching online as well. Jesus, I tell you, I'd say I have some amount of caffeine in the blood sugar, or the blood levels like at this stage. I can go on coffee all day. But anyway, on a serious note, I'm a second year computer application student. I'm a student as well, and I know what each starter students have, so I feel that I can represent students very well. So first thing is, I'm the current faculty rep for engineering and computing. I'm also the treasurer for the Harry Potter Society here in DCU, so I feel I can bring on an awful lot to the role of academic affairs officer. My whole family, my mum is from a teaching background, CICE. My cousins also went to CICE, so I feel as well I can represent the teachers an awful lot as well. It's something I'm very passionate about. So the issues that I'm going to talk about, they're issues that affect every student here in DCU. They're issues that I've seen and students come to me as a faculty rep with these sort of issues. So I'm going to give a brief outline of what I'm about because an awful lot of this is on my Facebook page. So basically I want to be an on-the-ground support officer, an on-the-ground academic affairs officer for students. Some of you might have seen me this year with a blue SU hoodie on, and I've been around an awful lot. And that has helped because students know who I am and they can ask me any questions they feel necessary. As well as that, I think I should bring on a first year induction talk. I've been talking to an awful lot of first years and they say like, you know, I wasn't able to work on my timetable at the start of the year, I missed lectures because of this. No one went around to them at the start of the year. I will do that. I'll go around to first years at the very start of the year and help them with that as well. I'm also about improving the library as well, more plugs, more access. I also want to bring in an ALSIT card. It's something that DCU has, and you can access libraries all around the country as well with that. A Horizon program, UCD has it, where you can study stuff outside your own college as well. I want to bring that in as well. Earlier CA and earlier repeat results. So my name is James Nolan. If you have any questions at all, put them to me because I'm not afraid to answer them. So put any questions at all you feel necessary at me. Thanks very much for listening.
How you going, guys? My name is James Donoghue. I'm the current education officer, former hurling club chairman. I've been a hurling coach for the last 4 years, and I love interaction with students and this role in particular. For me, this role is about two things: support and representation. Support is really important. Last year, I answered over 2,000 emails. This year, I want to do similar, but I also want to bring that up a level. We have 16,000 students across all campuses. Exam results is an extremely difficult time, and anyone involved in this role previously will tell you that. What I want to do is a free helpline after exam results for the days afterwards, so students can receive support, whether they're here, whether they're abroad, or whether they're at home. It's representing all students. The other thing with this role is you're always asked about tutors. Looking at other universities and what they do, I want to send out a survey at the start of the year to see what kind of grinds are needed in certain courses. That also gives me cause to lobby to certain degrees to see where students are exactly struggling. The other thing which I want to do is a careers week. We ran it this year in DCU, was a success, and the careers office are happy to do that again on a bigger and better scale across all campuses. The second part of my role, representation. It's extremely important. We have 16,000 students in DCU. I currently sit on 16 different committees. How I represent students on all those committees will be even better next year from the experience this year. I know the people who will support me in those committee meetings university-wide, but also the fact that I've earned my stripes in there and will be supported further. Please, please do vote for me. It would mean the absolute world, but also it would mean a lot to the union to have me around for another year to help guide the new officers in as well. Thanks a million.
Any questions? Okay, so the question is, a lot of students in the business school are struggling with accounting and maths. There aren't enough resources and supports available to them. What are you going to do to alleviate that? And the question goes to Donoghue.
Yeah, that's a good question, but I can tell you now there's courses struggling all over here. First of all, it's important to represent students everywhere. This year we've done that through the National Student Survey to get proper results to bring to committees. The second thing, if students come to me and they're struggling in the business faculty, I can help them on two counts. First with student support and development, secondly with tutors. But the other thing is communication between me and the staff in the business school, promoting resources like the Maths Learning Centre, but also accountancy has came up in one of the other people's manifesto. It's looking at things like, could we put an accountancy learning centre in place by the student union to lobby other organisations in the university to say we're lagging here and the university have to bring it up, and the student union shouldn't be doing that. And the student union, by promoting workshops like this, means that we're taking the slack and that the university have to come up to scratch.
Yep, that's a That's a very good question. Many business students have said that to me as well. So the first thing I would look at, the ALCID card, that gives you resources, gives you access to other libraries around the unit or the Dublin, and you can get those books as well. But also what I would look at is uni tuition. So we've worked an awful lot with uni tuition this year providing tutors. There's been a problem with that in that not a lot of tutors are available, and also the price as well. Students sometimes can't afford tutors, so they can't afford grinds. What I would look at is getting third years, getting graduates to come back in and providing those kind of grinds as well. There's students here as well that are looking for jobs. Some of them are unemployed. I'm sure they'd be happy to give grinds as well. So that's something I'd look at, and I'd work with the class rep and the business faculty rep on that as well. An accounting learning centre is a good idea, but I'm just not sure if, in regards to funding, if it is, it's kind of a niche thing, but I'm not sure if it's that feasible for funding wise. But yeah, definitely I'd look into that. Thanks for that question as well.
Okay, so one of the questions that was asked for all candidates earlier was, how are you going to integrate the Irish language into your role? Nolan first.
Okay, I tried to speak Irish last year's Hustings, and I said Sean Uncle backwards, so I'm not going to try to speak Irish this time around. I'm very passionate about Irish. I love Irish, so what I would do is I'd work with the Irish officer and I'd work with the faculty rep for education, because I'd assume they'd have a good background in Irish. Translate some of the things that the union puts out into Irish. As well as that, I was at an event with Come On Gaeilge there this year, and they had an idea whereby before they went out to Shine Night, you did events Oifigeach. So you said 1, 2, 3, and then you took a drink, and then you said 4 in English, and if you didn't get that right, you basically had to drink the whole thing. So I know that's kind of an alcoholic event, but yeah, never mind. But basically what I do is I'd also look at doing events through Irish. Students love to talk Irish. I was in a bar over in Santa Ponsa there during the summer, and I got insulted in Spanish, and I insulted your man back in Irish. And what happened was, an Irish lad across the bar heard me and started laughing. So that's Irish is a really universal thing, and there's loads of people that speak it, and definitely I would promote it, and I'd include it in my manifesto, and I'd include it in any publications that I do as well, and I'd make a Iarracht biog as well to put my stuff in Irish.
Yeah, the Irish language is something that has already been included in my manifesto. I am passionate about it and passionate about supporting it. This year there's the added advantage that there will be an Irish language officer. And looking at the budget, definitely as part of my manifesto, there will be funds set aside to promote the Irish language with them. The other thing is, thinking long term, is one thing I'd like to implement is kind of a cafe kind, which will be a social area set aside weekly for Irish speakers to come. Because not everyone's involved in societies and stuff like that and events. So someone who's been secluded might be able to come to Cafe Kind and speak in their native language. And looking long term, we have a new hub in the process. And the Students' Union will be involved in the planning of that. So we can definitely talk about having set aside space there for Irish speakers or bilingual speakers or people who just want to come and listen to the Irish language.
Any questions? Trust me, you don't want me making them up for this position.
As this role is the new role of academic affairs, what do you feel that you can bring to the new role that wasn't in the former role of education officer?
Oh, excellent. What are you going to bring to the new role of academic affairs that wasn't in the previous role of education officer? And Donnahue's next.
Yeah, it's about building on the previous role, and it's a new challenge. There's more students, there's more campuses, but it's about relaying things out across all the campuses. It's about getting the role across all the campuses. Like, I don't think anyone's thought about this, bar myself, bar next year, that you have to represent across 2 campuses. So I will be planning set times to be on certain campuses for feedback, for representing students. Also, I've been sitting on meetings across all the campuses, but office hours are important. It's a support role. You have to be in your office for students at certain times, and I think the first thing I will be doing is setting the times, if elected, when I'm going to be on the St. Pat's campus, when I'm going to be on the DCU campus, and letting students know when I'm there so they can call up.
Yep, definitely. So one worry I have with this position is that we might be actually operating across 4 campuses. I've been talking to people in Matter Day, and from what I've heard from the staff there, third and final years might be finishing out their degree there as well, and they also have a library. So there's also going to be facilities down there and students looking for support. You've also heard with CRC that the Fiontar School might be moving to All Hallows as well. That's another campus that's going to be open. That's 4 campuses that we're going to have to represent students across. So what I would do is I would work with the Education and Placement Officer, because basically the 2 roles do intervene an awful lot. So that work split in half. So what I would do is, during when I go around to first years in the induction, I would give them my office hours, and I'd also give them the hours when I'm around those campuses, so they would know where I am and when to find me. And as well as that, like, I've been around an awful lot. One thing in my manifesto is being approachable and being very visible to students. So that's how I plan to go about representing the amount of campuses that we're going to get, because we're going to be representing 16,000 students next year, and you know, like, it's going to be a big job. I think I'm well able for it as well. So.
I thought of a bunch of questions now already, so you're going to have to get in ahead of me. Anyone? Questions? Okay, just so you know me, I was an education officer for my university, then I was an education officer for Ireland, then I was in the European Student Union. So I'm like, you don't get more hacky than me, so you don't want to listen to my questions. But you do, okay. No, that means me. Okay, I'm gonna ask a nice question, and then I'll go to Katie. So you've talked about wanting to support students, you've talked about being available on campus, but one of the most important things when you're a student rep is actually attending meetings and engaging with staff and different bodies. So what experience do you have in being the only student in the room and having to get your point across? And how are you going to manage your time when you've got lengthy meetings to prepare for and go to, as well as looking after students one-on-one and providing their services? No, that's right.
Very good question. So there's 2 things I want to address there: time management and building bridges with staff. Firstly, the faculty rep for engineering and computing last year didn't attend any of the education meetings in my faculty. So I had the job of building up links with academic staff in my faculty, and I also had the job of getting to know them. So what I've done this year is I've built up links with staff in my faculty, and I can bring this experience to linking all the 5 campuses together and working on that as well. The second thing, time management. Anyone that knows me this year will know how busy I've been. I've been a treasurer for Harry Potter. I've organised a Yule-bot that cost thousands of euro. I've been the faculty rep for engineering and computing, and I put my heart and soul into doing that. And as well as that, I'm studying one of the most intensive programs in the university, which is computer applications. So time management is a thing that I'm able to do very well, and I think I can bring the experience that I've gained from what I've done this year to the role of academic affairs next year. And I think I can build bridges with staff very well. I can also build bridges with the new students that are coming in. For example, CICE can't vote this year. They will be in next year, and I know of issues that are going to be facing them next year that I'll be able to help them with. For example, they take early learning in 3rd year, and the BA programme takes it in 1st year. That's one thing I'll be looking at as well.
Well, I suppose I'd like to think I'm doing that already, but the main thing is to gauge the rooms. It's about earning respect, and it's about, to put it quite simply, if you're good at your job, staff will respect you. And it's about representing students rightfully, and it's about, also sometimes it's about picking staff who are going to side with you. Like, I know I bring certain things to meetings, and I have a discussion with staff before I bring them to the meeting. And I discuss them with senior management and Billy, and there's discussion before they're brought in the meeting. Representing students in meetings isn't about just going in and giving an opinion. It's about putting in the graph beforehand, researching, making sure there's some meat behind it before you go into that meeting. The other thing is, it's about branching out on those committee meetings and juggling your time and seeing what's important. Like, we spoke about Church of Ireland and things. I'm currently added myself to their appeals procedure and their appeals meetings. So it's about getting on those committees and representing students where needed.
There's 4 words I've heard over the last few days that I don't want you to use after this question. That's hardworking, enthusiastic, experienced, and interested. Don't you use those words. Why do you think you're suitable for this role?
Okay. So without using the words hardworking, experienced, enthusiastic or interested, why are you most suitable for this role?
Because I've none of those things. Because I love the role. And you can talk about all those things, and none of those things come unless you have an affection towards something like that. None of those things are possible unless you understand it. And you can use those things all you want, but unless you actually enjoy doing stuff like that, that's why it. The other thing is, I've been around a while, and I'm 23 years of age. I've been in the role before, but also looking at the new roles. Why am I suitable for this role? Because I can help the other roles branch in. An awful lot of the people running for other roles struggle to answer some of the questions. By the time I'm elected, and by the time they're elected coming in the summer, hopefully every question that's been thrown at every candidate here today will be helped answer by me. And even if I'm not elected, God forbid, I'll be able to help them during the summer anyway. Without using those words, I wouldn't be able to use those words unless I said this meant an awful lot to me.
It's a very good question. The reason I'm running for this, and the reason I've run for every position I've run for over the last 2 years, is passion. I have a passion for student representation, and I have a passion when I hear of issues that students have. I want to solve them, and I'm driven to solve them. When I came in here in first year, before I started, I set up my course page. I then became the class rep. I then ran for faculty rep because there were so many issues with my course and so many issues with my faculty. That's why I think I'm suited to this position. As well as that, being a faculty rep and being in the positions I've had and being on the societies, I know an awful lot of people, and I know the issues that they've had and what the problems that they've had. And what they say to me is incorporation isn't fair as well. So what I think I'll be able to bring to this role is that my expertise and my passion will be brought to this role. And I will work with every new position, because I've sat on the Student Union Executive as well, and I worked out these positions with the rest of the executive, so I know what should go into these roles as well. And as well as that, I've already helped some candidates who came to me and asked me questions, and I've been very fair in my approach to every candidate. I've given every candidate the same information. So engagement and development, education and placement, the lads there in Pats have some serious issues, and I've listened to all of them, and they're on my manifesto as well. So if elected or if not elected, I will be helping all those positions as well, because that's how passionate I am. Irregardless of how this goes, I want to make an effect here, I want to make a change here, and I want to improve student life here in DCU, and that's across the 5 faculties. Thanks very much.
Earlier on, Kim asked a very important question. There's no women running in this race, and more so, I was looking up, this role was introduced for education and welfare in 2009. There has never been a female education officer. What will you do if elected to encourage females to run for the position next year?
There has never been a female education officer in DCU?
Yeah.
God.
The role was only 6 years old. You used to have deputy president, and that used to be held by that.
No, but since the role has been education officer, there hasn't been a female. Yeah, what are you going to do to get more women involved in the education brief? Nolan.
So one of the girls running for engineering and computing faculty rep this year is a femgineer. She set up the femgineering in engineering. Her name's Aher. So she's the only woman running for faculty rep, and there hasn't been a female faculty rep for engineering and computing as well. But what I would do to bring girls into this position, I think there has been a female education officer before, but she has held something of the sort in DCU. But what I would do is, as Sean said in his Hustings, we are going to have a university with the biggest amount of women in the country. Pats and education, there's an awful lot of women in it. Like, I come from a course where there's a minority of women in computing. So what I want to do is I will encourage women to run for this role. I'll work with women in leadership. I'll work with Kim Sweeney, who has an awful lot of experience as well. If elected or not elected, I want to see women running for this role, because they should be running for this role. Gender equality is a big thing of mine as well, and there should be women running for it, and they shouldn't be afraid to get up here and speak as well, and the same for men as well. They shouldn't be afraid. There should be more workshops, and there should be more encouragement for women to run for every position. I'm disappointed as well that there's only 2 candidates in this race. There's no candidates for Mater Day, if you've noticed as well. That's like, why is that? The student union needs to do more to encourage people to run for election. It's the same problem every year. And if elected or not elected, I will work very hard to promote people to run for these positions. Thanks very much.
it's a difficult question. There's no two ways about it, not in the sense that I really think women should be running for roles like this in the student union, not just the academic affairs position or anything like that, and you've seen the women in leadership workshops, but there's other things. It's about promoting women who are in leadership roles and providing the inspiration for women. Now there's a committee set up this year and the welfare officer sits on it, and I've an interest. It's called the Athena Swan, and that's more so about promoting women who are in leadership roles. It's about encouragement, and it's about showing the leadership and showing the way forward so women can be encouraged to go into those things. Also, it's probably about making it easier to run for election and looking at how our campaigns are run and stuff, and looking at doing a survey, maybe something next year on, is it easy enough to run for election in DCU, because it's strenuous, it's stressful, and looking at the best way forward on making it more accessible to run for roles. I myself only ran last year because my friends encouraged me last minute, and I think it's about, sometimes women are their own worst enemies in colleges like this, and it's known that girls sometimes don't vote for girls, and it's about getting women themselves to encourage other girls to run for the role. It's about engaging, and it's about picking the women who are leaders in this university, showing them as inspiration, and then getting women themselves to encourage each other to run for roles like this.
That's lovely. Will we close it here, or are there any burning questions? Go on, Alan.
What is your stance on the referendum?
What are your stands on the referendum? Donahue.
I don't think it's really anything to do with the role. Personally, I will probably, going to be the first person to say it, I will probably vote no. But obviously the role for students is to bring up topical issues. And if the students vote yes, it will be my job to support the campaign. On a personal level, growing up back home in a place called Backwater, drugs have kind of seeped in, and I think it's wrong, and I don't think the law enforces it enough personally, and I think in areas like that with high depression and stuff, I think if drugs get into areas like that, I think it is bad, and we can say you can take them safely and stuff like that all you want, but sometimes if there is an underlying addiction or anything like that, it's bad. That's my personal opinion, and I could easily say up here and say I'm in support of it, but it's my personal opinion, and I'm going to give my personal opinion. I'm a personal man, but personally I'm going to vote no. But if the students support it, I think it's a student-led campaign, and it's something the SU could support their campaign in. Definitely if it's voted yes, but personally opinion, no.
Yeah, so I think I will vote yes to it, but I can be swayed. I'm talking to students an awful lot about this as well, because they're like, hey, what's this referendum about? They didn't know it was on. So there's some good issues that have been raised. There's actually an audience member here I was having a chat with earlier. He said to me that one problem with this is that it's not in the education system, that Ireland isn't ready for this sort of change yet. So one thing we need to look at is bringing drugs and bringing the effects of using drugs and educating students on the using the drugs. It is a very, very big question. It's going to be controversial, like the abortion referendum as well. I don't know what way I'm going to vote yet. I think I'll vote yes to it. But definitely, I think it needs to be brought into education as well. There's lots of good points from both sides on this issue. I think we actually need like a hustings like this. We need a yes and a no side. I don't think there has been a proposal like that yet. But I think a proposal like this, maybe next week sometime, to have a yes and a no debate about this would be a good idea as well, and to have it here as well. Because, to be honest, I'm not that informed in it. I'm running a campaign as well. I'm flat out trying to run a campaign, so I need to do an awful lot more research as well. And I think students need to be informed on this referendum, because they haven't been so far.
Excellent. If anyone is willing to register themselves as the yes or no side of the campaigns, because currently no one is registered with the returning officer to run a yes or a no campaign, please contact me. Thank you so much to everybody for staying, especially for like 5 hours, like some of us have been here for. Well done. This is the end of the Hustings. Big congratulations and bull bus for the VP Academic Affairs candidate. and you'll all be notified as soon as you're able to cast your vote.
To your lovely returning officer, well, please give her a round of applause.